Yes, sir.
and you associate it with some rituals.
Might be. Might
Because it is not necessary all bulls are with ritual.
exactly.
Mostly they are maybe toys, terracotta toys.
Might be, sir. Might be, sir. And especially sir, in the Ahar culture, we are also having some stand like that with the horn. I don't have that photograph. There, according to Dhavalikar, that particular object was they were using for ritualistic object only.
Might be, yes. But then not all.
Yes, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I have a suggestion to
Yes.
make actually the reserved slipware, not the reserved slipware. I think it has a spatio-temporal context. When you speak about reserved slipware, you cannot compare with the Ahar type of reserved slipware with the Kutch type of reserved slipware. Only the technique remains the same, but
Yes.
they are completely different from each other.
Yes, sir. Exactly.
So we cannot say one influenced other unless until we have some very conclusive data on that. है ना?
No, I am not saying, I'm not jumping on that, sir. Matlab, I was saying that the idea might be gone from that
No,
region.
it is there. I mean, even in Rajasthan where I excavated, you find the same kind of technique, right? I mean, removing the earlier slip with the same kind of technique. We cannot call it reserved slipware,
Okay.
right? The
Okay.
technique is the same, but
Okay.
reserved slipware as such, it has a spatio-temporal context and it belongs to the Kutch region and the lower Sindh region.
Okay, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you.
I now request Dr. Ramadevi Shekhar to present the memento to our speaker. Now we move on to the next speaker, Ms. Shalmali Malik. She has completed a bachelor's degree in history from RUIA College, Mumbai, and obtained her master's degree in AIHC in archaeology from Deccan College, Postgraduate and Research Institute, Pune, and is pursuing her PhD in AIHC archaeology from Deccan College, Postgraduate and Research Institute, Pune. The director, Hastitwa Heritage Project Coordinator, Harappan Knowledge Center, Rakigarh. We welcome you, ma'am.
It's not working. Okay. Good morning, everyone. So my topic is on exploring knowledge system and ethnographic study of Rakhigarhi Harappans. I will not go much into it. Changes. I will. So now I'm audible. Yeah. So I will be not talking much about Rakhigarhi as Professor Shinde and Dr. Sanjay Manjul has given the history about it. So next, please. So this is Rakhigarhi. Next. So my topic is on ethnographic study. These are the significance. Like Rakhigarhi signifies lies not only in the sheer size but also in its strategic location along the ancient trade route that crisscrossed the region. As a key center of Harappan civilization, Rakhigarhi likely plays a important role in economic and cultural exchange that spans vast distance. The artifacts unearthed at Rakhigarhi provides a window into the Harappan way of life for their planning and advanced drainage system to their exclusive pottery and seals. Next, please. I will be focusing on the ethnographic research as it's part of my thesis also. So, the ethnographic study is a qualitative research method that involves immersing oneself in a particular social or cultural context to gain an in-depth understanding to belief, practice, behavior, and perspectives of the individuals or group with the context. Ethnography involves observing, interacting, and sometimes participating in daily lives of the people being studied. Ethnographic methods being depth, context, and a human-centered approach to study historical culture like the Harappans. Next, please. So these are the some important aspects that will be studied, and sub aspects are being studied later. So the the aspects are understanding social structure, contextualizing environmental factors, exploring daily life, a reconstruction of technology and craft.
The larger stones, and there is some sort of a undulation what you can see in the this particular middle bastion. Next. Then this is the area which we are calling as a guard room, which is actually very close to the entrance of the settlement. Next. And as the very huge thick ash deposit which we are getting against the fortification wall at the site. Next. Now you have seen presentations on Rakhigadi, you have seen presentations on different sites. So they have a very huge amount of luxurious goods which come to the site. Like it might be beads or copper bangles or seals and ceilings and whatnot. You get thousands of different artifacts. But when we excavated at site of Kotara Badli, so there are no artifacts. Like very less amount of antiquities we are getting at the site, and those are also not very luxurious antiquities but very simple kind of antiquities we are getting. But still the site has a fortification wall. Site doesn't have any evidence of craft manufacturing or production at the site, but still there is a huge amount of ash which is there against the fortification wall. And this is the kind of material what we are getting throughout our excavations. So like we have some weights. Again, those are not very typical Harappan weights, apart from one which is in the first row, second, that is the cubical weight. But then the rest of them are like basically made out of very local material available in the vicinity. Then we have some shell objects. Then there is one floor tile which we found, and then lots of beads and of different category what we have found in the excavations. Next. So some of these copper objects which we have got. So this is what you are seeing is the total number of copper what I have from the site. So like few copper bangles and then some pins and the stylus and all that. So this is the total assemblage. Next. So these are the different kinds of ceramics what we have from the site, like black on redware, and then we have different shapes. Next. Then the bichrome variety. Next. You have red slip variety, red untreated variety. Then you have painted kaolinite variety, unpainted kaolinite, red slip. Then you have reserve slipware. Okay, now coming to this, now see, like as I said, like you are getting some objects, but there is no manufacturing at the site. There is no production evidence, but still you are getting a huge amount of ash. So now the problem was how to understand why there is a fortification and why certain things are coming at the site. So we need to have some understanding, that is basically the functionality of the site. What was site doing? And what is the function of that site in the overall economy of the Harappans in Gujarat, or particularly in the region of Kutch. So we carried out a different sort of studies in this. So this is the copper stylus. So that was work upon by Randall Law from the Wisconsin University, USA, to understand the source from where this copper was coming. And you can see that triangle which is there near the Tosham Hills, Haryana. So that is the area which probably, like this Singhana and this, there are two ones probably from where they have extracted this copper. So the triangle one. So that's the object. But then according to Randall Law, mostly this particular copper is coming from the Singhana Khetri region, that is in Rajasthan. Next. Then this is the fantastic new evidence which we are getting, which was absolutely absent in Harappan studies so far. We actually analyzed 4 different samples of steatite beads, And then out of these 4 beads, 3 beads are not steatite. They look like steatite. So for naked eye, everybody will going to call them as a steatite, but they are not steatite. But it is made out of a material that is called as a nontronite. And then there is, when we looked at the geological formation map, which is given by Bhattacharya and Bishwas. So basically this nontronite deposit is available only in the area that is called as a Matanumad in Gujarat area. We have nontronite deposit. Next. Now that's the 4th one, which is a real steatite. So 3 are the imitation steatites and 1 is the real steatite, and that one is again coming from the Alwar region. So the mineral composition matches with Alwar. Next. Then we got a small pot which was containing chloride beads, some carnelian beads, and then there was this glaze steatite beads which were found there. Obviously these particular, the last ones, chloride beads are very important because they are not identified earlier, and then Professor Mark Kuhner in fact identified the raw material that belongs to chloride. Next. Now when we look at this source of chloride, because chloride is something which is not available and these beads are very rarely found in Harappan context. So again we have 3 deposits in Kutch where chloride is mentioned. So that is basically you have Narayan Sarovar, you have Kodki, and you have Dhonsa. So these are the 3 areas where you have a chloride coming to like in this region. Next. Then we have shell. So again Kotarabadli is an inland site, not directly connected with the coastal line, but still we are getting the marine taxa, we are getting the marine shells at the site. And then the nearest source which is identified is the site of Kirsara, which is identified as a shell cutting site, shell manufacturing site with the huge deposits and the network of shell manufacturing. Next. Then we have these different sort of microliths, and again these microliths which are made on chalcedony. So the chalcedony basically comes from the Deccan Trap region, and when we look at the geological map, so the blue line is a Deccan Trap region, so which is again somewhere around 20 kilometers from the site of Kotarabadli. So they are getting this raw material from 20 kilometers from this Deccan Trap region. Next. Animal bones, I will not speak on that because Pankaj is going to speak about Kotarabadli and Kanmer, so he can go in details of that. I save my time. Next. Now coming to the ash samples, as I said, like see this basically many of the sites in Gujarat, particularly in the Kutch region and Surat Harappan context, you get this sort of a ash. And then it is basically interpreted that because of some sort of a manufacturing activity, the waste has been, like dumped against the fortification wall. But as I said, like my site doesn't have any production. My site doesn't have any evidence of manufacturing. So we actually carried out the analysis of this ash deposit. And then it basically shows that 90% of the ash basically comes from the cow dung deposit. It is a burning of cow dung deposit. Now we don't know whether that is a periodical one, that is, this has some kind of a ritualistic sort of understanding. We have no idea about that. But then one thing is sure, that this ash comes from the dung or some sort of an animal excreta. So that is now there for sure. Next. So this is like now when we look at all these maps, so Kotarabadli is down there, which you cannot see even the spot. This is the material which is coming from different sites, different areas to the site of Kotarabadli. So now how this material reach? See, like in archaeology what happens, everybody is very happy with the, creating the manufacturing centers. And then like when we get this sort of material, either they are called as a trading sites, because of the trade they are getting this material. But then we have to look at other sites also, we have to understand the pattern of trade. And then next. So when you compare all the excavated sites in this region and some of the sites which are not dated directly, but based on the material they are put into some kind of a time bracket. So these are the sites and different phases which are contemporary with the site of Kotarabadli. Next. And when we plot these sites, so it makes a kind of a route which basically talks about the hinterland sites. So we have from Nageshwar, then it goes till the Dholavira. Then the site of Shikarpur is in fact a very important site because it is right on the junction. So there are 2 routes from Shikarpur, which one goes towards the western side, one goes towards the north, towards the Dholavira, and one takes a slight deviation towards the northeast, connecting Kanmer and coming again to the Rampura line and connecting with Dholavira. Similarly, you have the southern route which comes from Dholavira, cutting across Pabumat and coming down. And then there are nodes. So nodes are basically like Nageshwar is one node. You have Dholavira, that is the second node, and the third node is your Lakhpat, because from Lakhpat you basically enter into the Pakistan region. So you go into the lower Sindh region of Pakistan, so where you connect with Mohenjo-daro and all the sites. So you have to cross Lakhpat if you have to cross through Run of Kutch or like into the Kutch area. So this is the line. So now Kotara Badli basically comes on the route or a trade route. So this site is basically functioning as a kind of a caravanserai. It is a site which is basically giving some sort of a support or some sort of, like they are giving a support to the traders in that case. Next. This is the map which comes in 1831, that is James Burness map. So he started traveling from Bhuj and he went up to Hyderabad. So that is a famous book which he has written in 1831, that is basically Visit to the Court of Sindh. And then this is the route which he follows. From Bhuj, he goes into Tata. From Tata, he reaches to Hyderabad. And exactly that is the route what we are getting in the Harappan sites. And that red dot, again, you can see that is the site of Kotara Badli on the British map. I have plotted that. And then this is the map which comes in 2014. So that is a modern trade route map of Kutch. So that exactly matches with what we are getting in the Harappan times. So there is not much difference is happening in the trade routes, at least in the region of Kutch. And that is because in the north, you have Run of Kutch. In the south, you have Gulf of Kutch. So you can't expand your trade networks in north or south direction. It is only east-west direction you can move. So that is why the routes have not changed for so many years. They are stagnant. They are same routes. Next. So now when we look at that, so when we look at something like a caravanserai, so when it comes to early historic phases, we talk about different Buddhist sites being used as a caravanserais. In medieval, you have different documentations of caravanserais, but when you don't have a literature, you have a material how to explain that phenomena. Because in the Harappans, there are only 3 such kind of caravanserais identified. There are few blocks in Mohenjo-daro, Harappa and Lothal which are identified as a caravanserais within the urban setup, within the settlement. But apart from that, none of the sites have been identified as a caravanserai, as a single functional unit. But when there is a trade happening over such a large area, we need to have a stoppages, which basically now we are calling it as a rural caravanserais or rural stopover sites in this area. And then there is a fantastic record which basically talks, that is basically Sasli 2007, and then you have Palka 2023. So they basically talk about when you don't have a literary evidences, how you can identify a caravanserai based on the archaeological material. And then when we look at all their primary characters, secondary characters, then that exactly matches with the kind of evidences we are getting from the site of Kotara Badli. So like this, we have the close association with the trade route, large open spaces to support the keeping of animals. Ajit sir has already talked about that. He has shown the Kotara Badli. Like we have the huge open space and a very small number of structures in the middle, but huge open space. Then you have the absence of exotic goods. I don't have exotic goods at the site. Then the lack of evidence of any craft production and manufacturing, and then the fortification wall. So these are the exact characters what we are getting in the absence of literature to document that. So at this moment, it is a new concept used in Harappan civilization which has not been exploited in Harappan studies so far. Albeit in order to establish the presence of caravanserai during Harappan times, more sites with similar kind of characters needs to be analyzed to completely understand the character, ownership and the functioning of such sites. Next. Thank you very much.
A question. So in Kodummanal, there is one E-road. So my mentor, Dr. Nagaswamiji, has excavated that particular site. We have we know in the Kodummanal site also, whatever you are getting in the Saurashtra Kutch region, similar sites of beads and materials, whether there will be any connection, because he has written in one particular article that those particular area was occupied by the according to our Tamil pre-Sangam age. So probably the people had a trade route with the Romans.
Yes, it is very obvious because trade routes are there right from the beginning. So the only thing is the expansion and the facilities which you provide. And then these sort of caravanserais or the pit stops, those are very common. Even today we do have that, like the inns or the motels which we have on the road. So these sort of facilities are there right from the beginning. The only problem is that we are not able to identify because there is no literature. So based on the archaeological material, identifying these sort of phenomena or function becomes difficult. Like in early historic medieval, you have at least some documentation, inscriptions or some text which refers to them. But in the Harappas, there is nothing. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now we are starting with session 4. I now request Shri T.S. Subramanian to take over the session. Sir, I now call upon Professor Dr. J.S. Karakwal. Thank you, sir.
Well, good morning and thank you. I thank authorities of Sassoon College and Professor Ramadevi for organizing this wonderful Harappan conference, bringing all the Harappan scholars here. This was amazing to see efforts he has made. I am very fortunate to be here. Well, I'm going to, yesterday we had long sessions on the urban people, and now today I thought I should go to the villages. Yesterday Professor Sonawane very well explained how important is the symbiosis between urban and rural people. So in terms of the Harappans in Gujarat he was explaining, but let me bring it this to Rajasthan now. Can we go to the next? Now you see in this slide we have Harappans in the northern Rajasthan, which yesterday very well explained by Sekharji, and in the southern, Rajasthan, in northern Gujarat we have Harappans. So in between we have, in the Aravalis, we have two Chalcolithic cultures. Abhik has already explained about the Ahadians, and these two, rural cultures, they are in the buffer zone actually, and exploiting the resources of the Aravalis. Now, can we go to next? So these Aravalis are in fact one of the oldest rock formations in India, and of course they have been very well, lots of surveys have been done, extensive mining has been done in this Aravali, across the Aravalis, and as you have been hearing, now gradually it is happening that lots of material from entire Aravali has been going to the Harappans from north as well as maybe from southern part. This just shows the expansion of the Harappans. Next. Showing some important Ahar sites. Next. This is Bagor with Professor V.N. Mishra in 1997. In the lower picture, he reported that pottery from Bagor, and actually I think this is the oldest pottery type in southern Rajasthan, mostly handmade. Of course, with this he also found pottery which is very similar to Ahad with this. This was phase 2 at Bagor. And on the right side there are, a few copper objects. They look like quite similar in morphology to the Ganeshwar ones. Next. This is Ahad, discovered in 1952 and was excavated initially by State Department of Archaeology, Rajasthan, later on by Professor Sankalia and Rajasthan State Department of Archaeology. This is now right in the Udaipur town, and initially when it was discovered, this was outside the town. It is being enclosed. It is a protected site. This is a twin mound. You can see road going, in the middle. So the Ahar culture has some twin mounds now. Next. This is just to show the distribution of Ahar sites, which Abhik has already shown. In 1961-62, there are only 40 sites when Mishraji reported. Then by 1990, when actually we started Balathal, there were about 91 sites were known till then. But today, there are 130 known sites of this Ahar culture in southern Rajasthan, out of which there are a couple of sites which have some doubt, but the number is increasing gradually. And what is happening in last couple of years, what we have been surveying in southern Rajasthan, we have realized that some of the sites of this Ahar culture are located on the ridges also. So this is a new area we have to look again. We have been surveying, or most of the sites have been reported from the valleys only. But now we have to look the ridges where there may be many more sites. Next. Yeah, this map has already been shown. Next. This is the aerial picture of Balathal, and next to the village, the pattern looks same. This is again Balathal, fortified enclosure at Balathal, which Abhik has already shown, but I'm showing it simply because you see when prior to the excavation of Balathal, prior to the dates of Balathal, we all used to think, all these Ahadians or, rural Chalcolithic people in the inner India, they're all post Hadappans. They emerged only after Hadappans. But when these dates from Balathal arrived and total perception was changed, and the discovery of this fortified enclosure completely changed the ideas of the role of the Ahadians or the rural Bronze Age people. Then a new thinking started coming up, saying that maybe these rural Chalcolithic people, they might have contributed largely to the urbanization of the Hadappans, which is gradually now coming up. Material is going from these rural areas to the Hadappans. Next. Well, this is now you can see in this map these rural Chalcolithic people, they were surely having planning. You can see this, the street and lane, joining the street. There are structures on both sides. Next, you can see planning also. In this picture, you can see three different areas. You have fortified enclosure. At the same time, you have some mud houses. Also, you have use of mud bricks and burnt bricks also. So maybe not everybody could afford stones. Some people were using mud houses only. Some people could afford stones. Next. Well, this is these are just picture of some Ahar sites. Sites are as yesterday also I was saying, I have been revisiting sites in this region, Ahar sites especially. Sites are, disappearing very fast. Smaller sites are disappearing very fast now because people are tossing them away with JCBs. Next. This is Ojiana, which Abhik was excavating, and actually ASI was excavating. Abhik had, joined. On the left side, this is the brick, the Ahadians were using. Next. Yeah, this is Gilun, Professor Sinde and Greek Professor Posil excavated. This is again a twin mound there. And this site is Chhatri Khela with Prabodh and our Professor Pandey and Teresa, they excavated. Also, apart from that, Pachmata, Javasia and Maharaj Ki Khedi have been excavated by ASI. Next. This is just showing cultural break between historic and the Ahadians at Balathal. You can see that dark grey layer, which represents the break between historic and Ahadians or Chalcolithic people at Balathal. This is almost 1 meter thick deposit. How this material has accumulated is a question that was lots of debates were done, but we did not have right answer to that. Next. These are some burials which Avik has already spoken. Next, we can't waste time on that. Next, sorry. Can we go to the previous one? At Balathal, we have had some mud floors, post holes, apart from mud houses, pakka structures. So also we had a kiln where lots of fired pottery was found. So these shows different kinds of people in the village. Next. Yeah, these shows, they had storage facilities. the chamber which is visible there or in the previous slide, that has been from Gilun, that has been reported as storage place, but generally we don't find that kind of chamber or magazine for storing in other Chalcolithic sites. But these kinds of silos or pits, they are generally they have been associated with storage, and we do find also remains of grains, etc. Next, yeah, this is a this is the fort wall, defense wall at Gilund. So as Abhik was saying, at Balathal we had this enclosure. At Gilund also we have the remains of this, fort wall. The idea of the fort wall is coming in the Ahar complex in stage B, or what we generally call prosperous phase at Ahar. So in this prosperous phase, only the fine pottery is coming up, like tinware, fine redware. I mean, thin, what we have explained as thin red slipware. That fine material is coming up. So maybe this is the time when interaction with Harappans is happening. The ideas are coming for fortification to the Mewar region, and people are raising fortification. Of course, the production, food production might have increased, which must have supported this kind of activity. Next. You can see the pottery. If you look at the quality of the pottery, maybe it is comparable to the Harappans. If you see the glaze, finish, you can surely compare it with that. But if you go to the earlier phase of this pottery, surely you have, a handmade material where the fabric is not that good, surface treatment is not that good, but gradually it is improving, and in stage B it becomes very fine. Next. Yeah, this is all phase B or prosperous phase material. Next. This is that black and red ware, famous one. Next. Yeah, this is again that Ahar pottery with reserved slip. Next. And of course, from Gilund, also from Balathal, there were some engraved pottery pieces which this kind of graffiti, Professor Sinde has in his publication proposed that maybe they had started making certain symbols, or maybe this is the beginning of writing in these rural areas also. Next. These are the potsherds from Gilund. Yeah, these, almost all the Ahar sites have been reported, these terracotta figurines, and from Ojana especially, they were also treated with white color. But there are two types. One is naturalistic, another is stylized. So there are two different types. Mostly bulls. Mostly bulls have been reported. Next. So a variety of copper objects have been discovered from Ahar sites. This in the corner one, these three axes come from Maharaj Ki Khedi. And in the middle one, this bronze bowl comes from Ahar, and on the right side, this arrowhead comes from Balathal, and others from Ahar. Next, this is Balathal mostly, and on the right side is from Ojiana. Next, these are beads, variety of beads which Abhik has already shown, so I won't repeat them. Next. This is a cloth piece which was discovered at Balathal, which has been reported by Professor Kajale. And from many Ahar sites, we do also find lithic material, but the quantity is very small compared to Central India. When you go to Malwa region or Central Indian Chalcolithic cultures, you do find them in large quantity, but in Ahar complex, the number is very small. Next, but mostly local chert, and you do also find sometime agate. These are all seal impressions which Abhik has already shown, but now initially, from Balathal we had a couple of them, Ahar had a couple of them, Gilund has too many, large number, and in our recent survey from some sites, we also came across fragments from some sites. That means many people knew about them. The exact function was trade or not is a big question. We don't know if it was trade. Then actually they have been associated with BMAC. So we don't know if BMAC had any direct connections with the Aharians. Next, this is BMAC area, Bactria Margiana Archaeological Complex area in Central Asia. It has been proposed that because BMAC people were making almost similar kind of seals. So maybe the idea is coming down, or there were connections. Next. This is in North Rajasthan now, the area of Ganeshwar culture, another rural culture which I showed you the location earlier. In southern Rajasthan, we do not know if the Ahar culture and Ganeshwar, the people had contacts with each other. That we do not know, because we don't find Ahar pottery in any Ganeshwar site. No Ganeshwar site has Ahar, no Ahar site has Ganeshwar material. Therefore, we do not know exactly they knew each other. I'm sure there must be something. We have to do more research, but there is a huge confusion about number of sites in Ganeshwar complex. People have reported 290, 200, 125, 420 even. So I do not know about the exact number, but what is important is from this region of North Rajasthan, districts of Jhunjhunu, Alwar, Jaipur, Sikar. From these districts, there are 73 smelting sites. And out of 73, 3 dozen sites have Ganeshwar pottery, smelting sites. So that's very important, I suppose, because from this small region, these many copper smelting sites with Ganeshwar pottery surely indicates that these Ganeshwar people were involved in smelting, mining and smelting. Interestingly, Ganeshwar was not doing that job. Ganeshwar people, I mean the site of Ganeshwar, at the site of Ganeshwar they were not smelting. Because at Ganeshwar you don't have more than 10 kg of slag. So that means Ganeshwar people, at Ganeshwar they were actually melting and maybe supplying the material. Next. This is Ganeshwar. You can see, this slag at the corner. This is just small, patch of slag, small amount. Next, this is the recent excavation by Aryan Singh, and these pictures I could receive from State Department. Next, this is Ganeshwar pottery. Next, you have 3-4 different types of pottery available at Ganeshwar: slibbed, unslibbed, and you also have black on red kind of pottery. Lots of engravings, beautiful engravings, quite similar to even Bada. Also, this kind of engraving you do find at Ahar pottery. Next, this is black on red, and also of course it has been explained as bichrome effect pottery also. Next. This is from Sikar Museum. You can see some, beautiful design, which is quite similar to reserve slip. Next. This is that reserve slip. Next. This is black on red variety. Next. Bichrome effect pottery. Next. This is from Aisa Prasad and Aryan Singh's paper. These are some graffiti marks on that pottery, which is a new phase of that, because this graffiti was not reported, and a good confusion has gone now. Lots of OCP was reported from that region, but for this excavation or in our surveys in over 3 dozen sites, we did not find even a single piece of OCP. So that means no OCP exists in that region. In many publications, OCP has been mentioned. I don't think OCP is there. Next. This is all Ganeshwar kind of material. You have variety of arrowheads, bar cells, fish hook, etc. Next. More Ganeshwar copper objects. Next. This is a new site, Binjiasi at Sikar, and also you have, apart from copper objects, you have some gold material objects also. Next. These are some gold objects of which look like Harappan ones. Next. So now you can see how the Aravalli has been mined by these rural Chalcolithic people, and for last 7,000 or 6,000 years, constant mining has been happening in this region, not only for copper but also for maybe for gold, maybe for other material like silver, lead, etc. And they have been supplying it here and there. Next. So you can see large number of mines, and this is once you are doing subsurface mining, maybe then it is quite difficult because there must be a problem of water also. People may be bringing wood inside to do fire setting, and then some people may be carrying out actually the ore from the mine. There are open and subsurface mines both across the Aravallis. Next. Yep. Some smelting sites, some sites with remains of furnaces in northern Rajasthan around Ganeshwar. Next. This is Singhana in close to Khetadi, and you have huge, large, massive deposit of this copper slag, And on the right side, this is 1864. Captain Brooke did excellent work in northern Rajasthan recording how copper smelting was happening. This is the only picture available. Otherwise, we would not know how copper smelting was happening in that region. This is the best, actually, ethnographic record that Brooke did in 1864. Next. There's some copper objects from Harappan sites, similar to Ganeshwar. Next. Maybe pictures from Sekharji and maybe even from Prabhakarji's or some other places. You can next from Baror and other sites. Yeah, Ganeshwar objects, from Harappan sites. Next. Now, the point is, problem is, the distance from Ganeshwar to any Harappan, nearest Harappan site would be more than 250 kilometers. Nearest would be, I suppose, that much, or even more. I am saying less maybe. Because from Ganeshwar itself to reach Nohar Bhadra would be around 250 kilometers. And then reaching to Kalibanga or any nearest Harappan site would be another 100 kilometers or more. So how the material was going? Who was transporting that material? I'm sure people at Ganeshwar, those who are mining and smelting, they're not going. They won't go. Somebody else must be going. But how the material is being transported? What would be the means? I don't think it is horse. I don't think it is camel. I don't think your bullock cart would go 300 kilometers or so. Then the only possible answer to me at the moment, one suggestion I have is this sheep, they may be carrying. So this is actually in the Himalayan region. There has been, long story of trade between India and Tibet. I have seen that trade in my childhood. Each sheep carries about 10 kg of weight, 5 kg this side, 5 kg this side. So from Tibet, they were bringing salt to India through the Himalayan corridors, and that salt was reaching up to the Ganga Valley, upper parts of the Ganga Valley, and while returning, they were carrying lots of grains to Tibet, and eventually it was reaching to China. So this trade has a very long history across the Himalayan corridors throughout the, in Trans-Himalaya and in the Middle Himalayan region. Maybe it is possible that, the copper objects or metal from Ganeshwar region was being transported like this, because sheep can go a very long distance. Well, next. So now what we see in these rural Chalcolithic people, you have, these are basically chiefdom societies where you have maybe chief, maybe farmers, surely potters are there, flint knappers, weavers, traders, transporters, mine workers. There may be surely color making people, hunters, and surely medicine men. These may be in this society, and we do have campsites, small and medium and large villages. And now there are also from within Ahad, complex, there are about half a dozen twin mounds. So I don't know whether these twin mounds are suggesting some stratification in the society or something else. I mean, when you go to the twin mounds, it's like recollecting your Harappan settlements. We don't know what is that. We have to work on that surely. Then you do have from these both the especially from Ahadians, you have public architecture, residential structures, different types of houses made by stones, mud brick, wetland daub, etc. Next. Now we have some issues like when actually wheat and barley arrived in this Ahar complex, because from Ganeshwar you don't have any evidence of wheat barley so far, or we don't know because the results are not out. But from southern area, from Ahar zone, you do have surely wheat barley, at the same time millets also. But prior to the arrival of wheat barley, surely the local millets may have played very dominant role in the subsistence. So then of course the resource management was very, very important, because now we see material from Alwar is reaching to Kotla Vadli, and maybe material from these rural Chalcolithic areas may be reaching to many Harappan sites on different directions. So so this resource management may have been very, very important part for trade activity, including transportation, of course, and the discovery of large number of metal hoards from northern Rajasthan is very, very important, because I think there are more than 5,000 copper objects have been reported so far. So these hoards they are good indicators of trade. Otherwise, why are we finding? One of the hoard I showed you from Seeker, the gold objects and copper objects. So these hoards are really good indicators of trade, how this was happening. Maybe they might even indicate the trade routes. Next. Okay, these are some of the grains and reported by Dr. Pokhariya and earlier by Professor Kazale also. Overall, 19 crops have been identified: wheat, barley, rice, black and green gram, pea, and millets have been reported. Next. I think some of these, local millets, they may be playing dominant role in the subsistence of the ahar culture, or maybe the Ganesur ones also. Like Hamlai, Batti, these look like Setaria italica and some Italian millets. Next, some more millets. Kangni, China. I don't know their botanical name right now, but maybe in near future, maybe I'll be able to tell you. This one is, of course, this mal. This is ragi on this right side, and on the left side, they're called Kangni and China. Next. This is sama, which is called rice also. Locally called it rice, and generally people eat this when they are fasting. Next. So what I conclude is that these rural folks from Aravalis contributed in the urbanization of the Hadappans by supplying copper, gold, and other rock types they were exploiting from across the Aravalis, maybe for grinding in other stones. And then, of course, the idea of defense and idea of variety of pottery types that is coming to these rural Chalkolithic cultures. Maybe it is possible that the idea is moving on either side. Both, even some ideas may be going to the Hadappans and maybe coming to the rural people also. And for transportation, as I showed you, maybe sheep may have been used, but we have to find old record of this trade. If it was there from the archival record, we have to work on that line first. Then maybe we can again go back in time. So next. Okay. This is perhaps the last slide. I just wanted to show this slide especially to our teachers here, Professor Sonawane and Bhan sir and Ajit and Prabhakar ji, to show you, sir. This is Bagor in Rajasthan. I suppose you all, maybe students maybe not maybe knowing. This is the maybe the oldest known site in the Aravalis for the earliest domestication of dog. This is called Bagor in Rajasthan, and this is breathing last because people are digging it away. This maybe in next 1 or 2 years, this site will completely go. The pit they have dug is just next to the trench Professor Mishra did. So maybe this will go in another 1 or 2 years. This is a recent picture. We are there recently, just 2 months ago, we were in the field there. Next. So here I conclude. So thank you very much. If there are any questions.
There's one clarification which I would like.
Yes.
The thing is, you have shown that the thread impression or the textile impression, that is on a portrait or on...
No. This is cloth piece from Balathal.
It's a piece of cloth.
That is there in Deccan College. That is must be with Satish now. No. It was discovered by Sunil, our photographer. And then, luckily, Professor Kazale was at the site.
And which?
That was from layer 7, trench HX1. I remember the context also. My director, Dr. Pandey. Sorry. Cotton, sir, cotton. Yeah, you. It is in Deccan College. You can see that piece there. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now we move on to the next speaker, Shri Narendra Parmar.
Respected sir, dear friends, today I am sharing my view recently excavated Hadappan site Tigdana, which is located in the Bhiwani district, Haryana. Basically, the Indus Saraswati region is provide a classical platform for the development of the first farming community, and about 1,000 settlement is located in there. But nevertheless, as we move away from the fertile land and enter in the dry area of the Thar Desert, Aravalli Outcrop, a number of the Hadappan settlement was located in this region, and rural and small, and this area not provide the basic facility for the surplus production. Now is question, why the Hadappan people was settled, in this region. The first site is a Mitathal, excavated by Professor Surjbhan is 1968, and this site provide the culture sequence of early Hadappan, mature Hadappan and late Hadappan, and it is also played an important role as a regional center. Second site is the Dhasa. Dhasa is located in the Najafgarh Tehsil in Delhi, and this site also excavated by Professor Surjbhan is 1975. And according to Surjbhan, the culture deposit is divided into two periods. The ceramic assemblage of the Siswal culture with matured Hadappan alignment is recovered from the first period, and second period is provide the information about the late Hadappan period. So in Haryana, mostly in the rural settlement, we can found the Sothi Siswal culture was dominated in the mature Hadappan period, and the classical alignment of mature Hadappan period found but in very limited. So maybe the culture sequence of this site is the mature Hadappan and late Hadappan, and detailed information not available about the site. And third site is the Khatavali. Khatavali is a very important site. It is located in the bank of the Sabi river. It is excavated by Mark Bandhu from Archaeology Survey of India. The early Hadappan, mature Hadappan, late Hadappan are material recovered from the sites. And Maneru, Badali, Lohot. Three sites as excavated by Professor R.C. Thakaran and Professor Amar Singh sir. These sites provide the information about the early Harappan and mature Harappan only. These sites have a thick deposit of early Harappan and also played an important role during the mature Harappan period. And this is the Khanak site. It is located 2 meters away from the Aravali hill, and it is excavated by Professor Aran Singh, BHU. This site also provide two culture sequence of the early Harappan and mature Harappan. It is very interesting. We can found the some feature of the Hakra culture, look like the chocolate slip, bichrome inside from this side. So maybe it is the earlier settlement in this region. Overall, the region was thickly populated by Harappan people. A large number of the small and rural settlement was located in this region, and this region also played an important role to urbanization of the Harappan civilization. Now is question, why the Harappan people were settled in the semi-arid zone? What was the cultural depth of Harappan settlement, and what was the nature of these settlement? For this problem, the Department of History and Archaeology, Central University, Haryana, conduct the excavation at the site of Tikdana. Tikdana is located in the southern periphery of the Upper Saraswati Basin. It is very important, one of the important Harappan settlement in this region. And this site is reported by Professor Suraj Bhan, and it is just 3 and 4 kilometers away from Mitathal. And this slide add for, this slide add for that Jivan Khadakwal sir. Most of the part of the site has gone. It is very important center, and overall the original area of this site can be traced near about the 8 hectares. The main objective of this excavation was a view of tracing the nature of the Tikdana site, exposing the regional identity of Harappan, understanding the culture sequence and chronology. A total of 17 trenches of 5 by 5 meter were open, and it was possible to reach the natural soil in the 8 trench. The maximum cultural deposit is 3.20 meter, and cultural ceramic assemblage and other cultural material we can divide into the cultural sequence can be divided into a 3 part: early Harappan, mature Harappan, then late Harappan. Now we are coming to the structural activity. The structural activity is divided into the 2 part: habitational area found in the northwestern region, and the eastern industrial area is also located in the southeast region. Habitational areas provide the 4 cultural phase. 3 phase related to the Harappan culture, and 4th phase is providing the information about the historical period. And the faience kiln, potter kiln also visible in the industrial area. And this slide showing a different phase of the habitational of Harappan culture, and the structure activity of the early Harappan culture could be marked by the 11 cores of mud brick just located on the natural soil. And upper part of this structure we found some classical mature Harappan pottery. So maybe this structure also used by the mature Harappan people. And it is very interesting, we found a pit in the natural soil. And this is showing a cultural connectivity between the Hakra culture and Shoti Siswal culture. Lot of the pit in the natural soil are reported in Mitathal is reported from Mitathal, Badali, even Banavali, and we can find a lot of the pit in this region. And 2 structural phase also found from the mature Harappan period, and the rectangular structure found with the fireplaces, pit, and some pot is also visible. Next, a outer wall of a house can be also identified in the structure phase 2. And a house complex with the 3 and 4 room, gallery, courtyard, open place, pit, is also found in the in related to the late Harappan period, and a large number of the structure, I am not going in the detail, also found in the late Harappan period. And this is a very important structure, and this structure made by the mud brick and mud after the excavation of Bhagwanpura. Mostly people was believe that late Harappan people was living in the mud brick structures, and PGW people use is the mud structure. But this structure is provide the evidence of also the mud structure. So obviously the late Harappan people was also using the mud structure in this region. And we can also see proper a decline of the structural activity in the phase 3rd B. And the people are not follow the proper town planning in this region, and fragmentary of mud brick have been used, most probably removed from the earlier structure, and two cores was missing in the phase 3A period. And a few only pit in the center portion of the site was also visible. Actually, this pit was related to the historical period. We found a large number of the Kusana pottery shard here, and we cannot found the any structural activity of historical period, and most probably they all people was here and living for short time. And basically the development of the Harappan structure activity can be divided into the 6 stage. Last 4 stage was information provided. Last 4 stage can be found at the Tigdana excavation. Now industrial area. The Fiance kiln is a very important feature of provided by the Tigdana excavation, and mostly this site in the western side we can also found a working place which was made by the mud brick, and lot of the Fiance slag as you can see the Fiance slag. Found a large number of the slag is found here. In another we also found the 4 potter kiln, and the kiln was made by the burnt brick, and inside we can see also a thick layer, and unbacked pottery, backed pottery, ash, slag, all are found in these slags. Next, ceramic assemblage. Next, basically ceramic assemblage of early Harappan period can be divided into the 3 parts: redware, buffware, and greyware. And redware is found in the large number, while the grey and buffware recover in the very limited number. And in the particular in the horizontal band on the neck and inside internal fabric D and painted with the black is very common during the early Harappan at this site. And the mature Harappan ceramic assemblage of the Tigdana can be divided into also 2 parts. First is the classical Harappan ceramic assemblage, look like that nail-headed rim, projector rim, beaded rim, goblet, dish-on stand, and side by side a large number of the Soti Siswal ceramic assemblage also continue in this period. You can see the goblet, 1 bottle, and these are the mature Harappan pottery. And most of the ceramic assemblage of late Harappan period have medium to thick fabric. Particularly, we found a large number of dish-on stand. Rusticated is very common. We found the drooping rim and very heavy pottery in this period. The culture material, Fiance, terracotta object, and statite is found in a very large number. Near about the 95% object was made by these material, and gold. It is very interesting. We found near about the 15 gold bead from Tigdana, and all found from are reported from the late Harappan period. And basically the raw material also available in the Aravalli Hill, and I am not going in detail. The copper object is very common from early Harappan to mature Harappan period. A large number of the bangles, knife, and silt and other object we can found from the copper object. And faience. The Tigdana is the most important and one of the very important manufacturing hub of the faience. A different type of faience bangle, about 2000 bangle we recover from the site, and different shape, different design, different color, and in additional we also found one figurine of faience and ring, bead. In large number of faience as reported from the Tigdana site, and we found a seal, an important seal with 4 letter, statite seal. And statite bead also bead is more popular, near about the 67% bead made by the statite at Tigdana. In addition, the copper object also is very common. We found a interesting seal of unicorn with the 5 letter of the Harappan script in the mature Harappan period. In addition, that terracotta bangles, bead, and toy cart is found in large number. And stone object is also found made by the quartzite and sandstone, and bone point is also very common. But in semi-precious, we only found near about the 16 bead of agate, 14 bead of carnelian, 1 bead of jasper, and 4 is the sodalite. So the site is not rich for the semi-precious stones. And shell bangle, only 2 example of chert blade are recovered from the site. This slide is showing a proper continuum, a catchment area of this site, and Tosam Hill and Kuliana Hill. Both are have a lot of the raw material about the copper and stone for grinding material. These are provide the all basic raw material for this site. And Khetadi is not so far from this site. The sir is already said near it is located just about the 100 kilometer. And gold is reported here, statite is reported here, and some semi-precious stone is also reported in near about the Khetadi area. So basically these are provide the old material to the Tigdana. And chronology. The earliest culture material of Tigdana is quite similar to Mitathal 1, Farmana, and Maneru. These sites are situated closely to Tigdana. There is no doubt the earliest culture material of Tigdana is related in the late Siswal phase. In addition, 5 dates also available from the early and mature Harappan, which provide the time period 2600 BC to 2300 BC. Just 5 dates is provide the earlier level of no any date are available from the lower level of Tigdana near about the 40 centimeter deposit. Therefore, the beginning of the early settled life at Tigdana can be accepted near about the 2800 BC. So maybe the chronology of Tigdana is the 2800 BC to 1400 BC. Now is the conclusion. A forementioned discussion is very helpful to understanding the cultural development, management of resource, and economic potential of Tigdana site. The basic requirement of subsistence such as water, crop, grass, wood, vegetable, fruit, animal could be easily arranged from the surrounding area of Tigdana. The Aravali Hill were also capable to provide the different type of raw material for the grinding stone, faience, statite, copper, gold, tin, and other semi-precious stone. The availability of raw material was very supportive to development the different type of industrial activity at Tigdana. Tigdana was supplied a different variety of faience object to other Harappan settlement, which was located in the main Saraswati Valley, and they people also having a good contact with Ganeshwar Jodhpura culture, and also establish a long trade network to Sindh and Kutch region for the procurement of shell, chert, and other semi-precious stone. And the first settled life of Tigdana can be identified as a early Harappan people. The evidence of the first farming community of this are totally absent in this region. However, the excavation of Kunal, Girawad, Farmana is provide showing a presence of these first farming community in the Saraswati Valley. So obviously during the mature Harappan period, the site also continue in the survive in the rural condition, and most of the alignment of Southeast Iswal were dominated in this period. And the external trade also seemed to have a decline in the late Harappan phase period, which result into the popularity of local product. A few specimens of carnelian, agate, jasper, sodalite bead were recovered from the site. The presence of the large number of the faience object of during this period indicate that this was a most preferable material and gradually replaced object made by the semi-precious stone. The manufacturing activity, raw material, finished, unfinished faience object is clearly indicate that Tigrana site played an important significant role in the manufacturing of the faience object. Thank you. Any suggestions, sir?
What is the status of the site now?
Mostly part has gone.
When I saw it in 2007, it was completely
Yeah,
preserved.
yeah. I excavated in 2016 that most part of the intact, but in nowadays the people know na कि excavation is going on, so after they prepared on the JCB, after the excavation we enter the site. Yeah, sir. Fabric we can found is the fabric A, fabric C, red slipware, fabric D. 3 fabric is found.
So far.
Yeah.
That is, they are different from, not found in other sites, even
Okay,
in
yeah,
Pakistan
yeah.
sites. So it is a good thing because he has regionalized according to the fabrics. So that is the thing, but I have not seen,
No, actually,
they have not shown those fabrics separately. That was the problem.
sir, we can just found a near about the 50 and 60 centimeter deposit of the early Harappan period. So very thin deposit. Maybe the people was living the late phase of. So we cannot found all detail of the early Harappan period.
Because he takes some of the fabrics to Balochistan and other faraway places.
Even the fabric D is reported, fabric C is found, and fabric A is the more common and popular.
Okay.
I now request Dr. Angayar Kanni, Assistant Professor, Department of Honors, and COE Coordinator, Ms. Sri Vidya, to present the memento to our guest speaker. Thank you, sir. I request you all to have a tea break and kindly come back after 15 minutes.
The Onambakam potter is using it today, and the same dabber is being used all over India. So it is a kind of continuity in the tradition, and so the tradition, the Harappan tradition has come down to this day unbroken, and the tradition is not only in the dabber, but it is in the food habits and folk religion, and the Bengal tradition, and also village Hinduism, and chulas, tandoors, use of turmerics, the way of cooking, civil engineering, and layout of the streets, layout of the toilets, everything, and the making of bricks, everything. For example, even the huts, as I told you, can you show me the circular huts, please? See, no, go to the top. No, in the, again the tradition, yeah, yeah. No, okay, go to the top. Yeah, for example, again, go to the top. Yeah, like Mr. Sonavane was showing us yesterday, and also Mr. Prabhakar had taken part in the excavations at Dolavira, and he used to show us under Mr. Bisht, and the circular pits, no, which the Harappans, after the collapse of the Harappan civilization, the Harappans, who were impoverished, no, came back to the citadel or castle or bailey, and they built circular pits. And I couldn't bring those photographs. So the circular pits they had built, the tradition of building the circular pits continues to this day. And next one, the same, and these are the circular pits, no? So I'm sorry, circular huts, no? Which are present near Dolavira. So and again the circular huts, no, which Dr. Sonavane showed us yesterday. So the tradition of building circular huts continues to this present day, right from the Harappan days. This is one of the few examples. Next one. Again, what Dr. Sonavane showed us yesterday, the habit, the tradition of building circular pits right down from the present day, right down from Harappan times to the present day. Next one. See, these two small circular huts, no, I saw in front of Kondagai excavation site. It is a burial site, and it is a burial site of Kiradi. And I was immediately struck, no, the similarity in the circular huts which I saw near Dolavira a few years ago, and the circular huts which I saw in the month of May a few months ago near Madurai, about 2 kilometers from Kiradi. Now I will digress a bit, just to show what kind of burial site it is. A pure urn burial site, Kondagai. Can you go down? So these are the urn burials they have found at Kondagai, which is a burial site of Kiradi, which is an urban Sangam age site, habitation site. Just go down. So various urns which they found. Some are primary burials, some are secondary burials. Next. And again, this is an urn with a lid. This looks exactly like the urns which Dr. Satyamurthy found during his excavation in 2005 at Adichanallur. They call it twin pot or an urn with a lid. Yeah, that's it. So the tradition, as I told you, and has come down again, so in various forms. So the tradition, the Harappan culture has come down from the Harappan times to the present day in various forms. That is, in Bengal tradition, in phallic worship, and in the worship of trees like banyan tree and or pipal tree, also in the worship of fish, in the worship of water buffaloes, mother goddess, and what Askaparpala calls village Hinduism. And for example, and the kind of shivlings which you can call it phallic worship, and Dr. Bisht assistant showed me the kind of artifacts which look exactly like shivlings which they excavated at Dolavira. Actually, one of his assistants broke a carton kept in the at Purana Kila, and it looked exactly like shivling. And so the phallic, Dr. Airavada Magadevan calls it phallic cult, phallic worship. So the phallic cult has come down right from Harappan times to the present day. Similarly, when Dr. Shinde was excavating Rakigade, I was there. He found a dish in which there were remnants of turmeric, and he said, "No, right, turmeric has gone down, has gone from South India. No, the spices have gone from South India to the Harappan sites." So there is continuity in tradition of in the way Harappan people made chulas or ovens or bricks or boats, all those tradition, and also in the use of spices, etc. There's an unbroken continuity. Next one. Yeah. Again, the boats, whether it is riverine boats or boats, which were used to ply the seas and send the artifacts to Oman or Mesopotamia, Iraq, all those things. So there is a similarity in the boat building technology between the Harappan times and the present times, and you can see it, as Andrew Robinson says in one of his books, whether it is on the steatite seals or clay tablets, there are engravings of the boats used by the Harappans, and those boats look exactly like the boats, which they make now. And so this is one, and another one is wonderful. It's the Bengal tradition. The Bengal tradition is in Tamil Nadu. It is called Valaigappu. And you would see on the dancing girl figurine, that bronze figurine, she's wearing bangles on both the hands. In one hand, she's wearing a lot of bangles. And this bangle tradition is prevalent all over India, especially when women after marriage conceives. There is a ceremony is held, and it is called Valai Kapu, that is bangle as a protector. So similarly, that bangle tradition has come down unbroken, right down from the Harappan times to the present day. Similarly, as Dr. Sonavane pointed out yesterday, the habit of women, married women, putting sindoor on the parting of the hair, has come down to this day. The conch shells also, and the conch shells, conch bangles, they are a sacred item. So these are all these show that the bangle tradition has come. The Harappan tradition has come down to the present day. Next one. Again, I showed you the dabber. Yeah. Next one. Yeah. So again, the worship of neem trees, pipal trees, and banyan trees. All these continue to the present day. This is again in Andhra Pradesh, in a village, they are worshipping both pipal tree. Sometimes there's a pipal tree, that what you call arsamaram in Tamil, and neem trees go together. They worship them. Again, they worship, the crocodile worship also has come down totally without any break. And as Asko Parpala points out in his wonderful book, seminal book, Hinduism, the early Harappan, the roots of Hinduism, the early Harappans, etc. And there are so many villages in Gujarat where they really worship the crocodiles, and we call it Makara worship. And again, what they worshipped in those times, we continue to worship. We worship fish also. We worship Mother Goddess. Again, Mother Goddess was a kind of protector deity, of the villages. Similarly, and she protected people, from drought, avert various disasters, all those things. Again, to this present day, the Mother Goddess worship has gone down. Again, Nag Panchami, all these are fertility cults. And whether we worship the pipal tree or banyan tree or the neem tree or Makara, the crocodile or the fish, or the cobra, all these are fertility cults. Especially Nag Panchami is prevalent all over India, and it is celebrated with a lot of reverence, in North India, especially in Maharashtra. So all this fertility cult has come down to the present day. And as George Asko Parpala, in fact, in his book, quotes John Marshall saying that, and Asko Parpala calls it village Hinduism. So a kind of Hinduism was prevalent, has come down to the present day, and this is an unbroken tradition, continuity, and so we can see it in various forms. As I told you, in the bangle tradition, building of boats, in city planning, in laying the streets, and use of conch bangles, use of kumkum, sindoor on the parting of hair, and use of turmeric, and the worship of pipal tree, worship of crocodile, fish, all those things are tigers. All these things have come down to us to the present day. Yeah, thank you. I thank the Shasun College and Rama Devi for having given me a chance to talk today. Thank you. But if you can read Asko Parpala's book, it will be wonderful. And you may not agree with him on a few points, but it talks about village Hinduism, especially the crocodile worship, prevalent in villages in Gujarat. Even in Tamil Nadu also they worship. There's Makara worship, and even in Ayurvedic preparations, there are so many. Again, it goes back to fertility factor. So Makara Dwaja, there are so many preparations, and especially the bangle tradition is a fascinating field. I forgot to tell him about, there is a person called Sukumar Rajagopal, is a specialist on software. Yes, he has specialized in bangle tradition especially, and you can see how the bangle, actually Parpala, that Muruk is two bangles intertwined. Parpala calls it Muruk symbol, and Airavada Magadevan has got his own interpretation for it. And so the bangle, it's especially fascinating to see how things have come down, in a continuous way. And the bangle tradition is a fascinating field, and this bangle tradition, especially Vadegap, women wearing a lot of bangles after they conceive, after their marriage, it's a fascinating subject. So there is something called village Hinduism which has come down, and phallic cult also has come down. So I thank Dr. Ramadevi and the college, Shasun College, for having given me a chance to talk. And it's a privilege to present this paper in front of Dr. Prabhakar, Rajesh, Abhayan, Gopur and others, Ban, Mr. Ajit Prasad, and Mr. Sonawande and others. I thank all of you. Prabodh Shirvalkar, everybody. Thanks. Sorry if this lecture is inadequate. Thanks. Thank you.
I now request Dr. Rani. I now request. I now request Dr. T. Satyamurthy sir to honor the guest speaker. Now we move on to the next speaker, Shri Dr. Rajesh.
No, I will check for. Yeah, it will work. So I consider it as a privilege to present here in front of my teachers, of my colleagues, my friends, and also students. And I am thankful to Dr. Rema Devi for giving this opportunity. So I will directly go to my presentation, and if you get bored, please let me know, and I will stop there. Okay. So for this work, I am thankful to many, and that includes my teachers, the institution where I work, and also many colleagues with whom I am associating. So you all know about right now you all will be knowing about Indus civilization and spread and everything. I am not going into that. And I already told that at Gujarat more than 750 sites were discovered till date. And it represents different cultures or traditions or ceramic assemblages, and that can be dated based on C14 dates. That can be roughly dated from 3900 to 900 BC, and some really that might be starting somewhere 3600 or that will be ending up to 1300 or something. But based on certain ceramics or things, the whole Chalcolithic phase can be dated from 3900 to 1000 BC. What happened to that previous slide?
High resolution image. High resolution image.
It's not showing. What happened? can give. This, just put this one. Just put this one. Like that. Just like. Okay. Before that. So anyway, yeah. So I think means okay. Many slides are now missing, and means I think then I can go fast. So first I will be talking about a site, Loteshwar. I am not showing that slide here right now. That site has yielded the earliest, probably earliest Chalcolithic burial at Gujarat, belonging to Anartha phase. Then comes the site Nagwada. Nagwada is a site excavated by MS University of Baroda in between 1985 to 1990, and the site revealed around 6 burials, and in that means 4 were symbolic pot burials and 2 were extended burials. Next, and associated pottery was pre-urban Harappan Sindh-kind ceramics. And then comes the site Sandili, excavated by MS University of Baroda in between in 1993-94, and the site yielded 2 burials, and in that there was a child burial and there was a double burial. So it means the tradition of double burial system that goes back to pre-urban Harappan phase, and it was also associated with arm-renal kind of pottery. Next. And then comes the site Ranod, excavated by North Gujarat Archaeological Project team in 2010-11-12, and the site yielded an 8 to 9 year old child burial, along with the pre-urban Harappan burial type, pottery types. Next. Then the site Madutra, excavated by Abhijit Majumdar of MS University in 1994. Actually, that site yielded only one teeth of a human associated with some pot bases. Next. Then the site Daneti, excavated by MS University very recently, and it yielded many huge burials, and some of the burials have 60 pots, and that included pots of pre-urban Harappan phase, and some burials had even urban Harappan ceramics also. It was also associated with some research pottery. The next. Then comes the site Surkotada. Actually, Surkotada is a very important site excavated in 1972, and this site, first I will tell about an exploration we conducted in 2016. In that exploration, we got one human skeleton outside the site, and that skeleton was associated with a typical kind of black and red ware pottery. And this kind of black and red ware was not reported from any of the urban Harappan or any of the pre-urban Harappan sites in Indian part or from the Pakistan part. And this pottery, based on the C14 dates, it can be dated to 3300 BC. Next. Then the cemetery at Surkotada is located around 300 meters northwest of the site. Next. And in that site, means we are getting many burials. Actually, these burials are the typical characteristics of pre-urban Harappan phase. But when we look into the materials, the materials from the habitation site, that doesn't match very well with that deposits. Next. Then the site Janan. The site Janan was located discovered in 2015 by the explorations of Kerala University, and it was near the site. It is very near to the site Dholavira, and this site yielded another regional Chalcolithic ceramic type of Gujarat, that is pre-urban pre-Prabhas ware, and this site has also some burials. Next comes the site Gajod. It was discovered by Mr. Jaipal Singh Jadeja, and this site also yielded pre-urban Harappan burial pottery from some of the pits. Next. Now I will come to the site we are excavating from 2019 onwards. Actually, this site was discovered by our team in 2016 during our explorations, and it was an accidental discovery. Next. So during the explorations, with the guidance of the village Sarpanch, we found a site, and there in the surface many portions were exposed. These are some of the pottery we got during exploration. Next. So the site has a size of around 16 hectares, and its site has, till date, we excavated 197 burials. Next. So our excavation conducted in 4 localities, locality 1, 2, 3, and 4. Next. So this site means I am going very fast, and this site, at this site we are getting many different kinds of burial structures. Okay, these burial structures have many features. Some of them are with paved floors. Some of them means there were they are directly going to pits and having stone cover sides or stone walls. And some of the pits, some of these burial structures had a length of around 6.9 meters. Next. So here you can see. So one of the this burial structure has a length of around 6.9 meter, and it has only been inside there was only 80 centimeter width, and there were some pottery and a few bone fragments. Next. Here also you can see some of the some burials are with steps. Here you can see there. Then another burial. Here also you can see another kind of burial. Many burials, and this is a burial having stone slabs, and this is exact parallels at Dholavira of means urban Harappan phase. Next. Another one. Then it was also some of them were dedicated for the children, and it has only the length of 1.3 meter, and it was also associated with, in some of the burials dedicated to children, the burial goods were also smaller in nature. For example, small bangles, small vessels also. Next. So this in one burial, you can see that means okay, in the floor level there was a pavement by another kind of soil that was bringing from another place within the site only, in the pit. Next. So there was also a oval kind of burial. When we removed the stones, we found that okay, some stone slabs. When we removed that, there was a small, narrow kind of burial structure was there. For what purpose they used that thing, we are not very sure. For a kid also, it is very small. Next. Another one. So it has some stone, a small oval kind of burial. Then when we removed that, then there were only stone slabs. They removed that, and we found some small pots. Next. So this is one complete skeleton we got from the site, and this skeleton is now kept at Department of Archaeology, University of Kerala. Next one. Another skeleton. Then from pits also we got burials. Here you can see. Next. Then some of the pits are large number of pots, and the number of pots extending from 59 to 1. In some there were 59, some had 19, 16, commonly 8 to 12 vessels normally. And then some of them are only one pots also. Next. Then here also you can see some stone, square kind of stone structures were there. Below that thing there were some pots. Again, another one. Here means some standing stones. When we removed that, there were pots, and also you can see vessels within the pots. Then in some places, in one burial we can see, okay, 3 stone slabs were used. Below that there were some pots. Another one. And it was a child burial. Here you can see it was associated with small bangle. Very small one. Next. And we are also getting multi-chambered burials. Here you can see one L-shaped one. Then multi-chambered burials also have a center kind of partition, but not extending whole top. And then there they constructed a small burial near to that in the later phase. Due to that thing, one corner of this burial has got destroyed. Next. Then some of the burials they might have looted earlier because it was empty and it got crumbled due to it actually got crushed due to the pressure within the soil. So, and we are not getting any very clear-cut evidence of cremation, but we are getting some bones having warping marks. Also, these kind of charring marks were there, and Dr. Veena Mushraf, who looked into the bones, she strongly believed that these are the evidence of cremation, but we don't have very good clear indications. Next. So in these kind of these chambered burials also they have the skulls. Okay, there were we got skulls, and one of this kind of burial had 2 skulls in one. Next. Then very interesting find from the site is a burial of probably one animal, probably a cattle, but right now we are not very sure is it a cattle or a buffalo, is it a bull or a cow. So right now studies are going on this thing. Next. Then associated with these burials, there were means shell bangles I was telling, and some of the shell bangles had a width of 5 centimeter, and they have the broad grooves, and these kind of bangles were reported from the pre-urban Harappan levels in the mainly in the Amrinal region also, even from Megarga also reported, and also means we are getting, and when some very thin bangles also. And in one burials, we got around 24 bangles. In one hand, 19 bangles. In another hand, 3 bangles and 2 in means within the burial itself. So here you can see means if you look here, so the bones are means majority of the bones are destroyed. But in one hand you can see this bangle bone within this. Here you can see. In another side there is bangle. So it was he was wearing, he or she. Next. Then means okay, some of them means while talking about the skeletal remains, complete remains are very less because mainly the soil is very acidic. Due to that, the preservation of bones are very, chance of preservation is very less. Here you can see the means I was telling about the bangles. You can see. Shell bangles. Shell bangles. Shell bangles. Here you can see the shell bangles. And Professor Kenoyer, who looked at the shell bangles, believed that some of the shell bangles were not cut, and they, means he believed that they were chipped. Some of them were. And apart from these bangles, then we got some 2 beads, probably of lapis lazuli, but they are not fans. Then means shell beads. In one burial, we got around 155 shell beads. Then terracotta bead, and then this stone bead we got from the surface of the site, and Professor Kenoyer strongly believe that it is of late Harappan phase. Next. Then from the side, within the burial we were not getting any lithic artifacts, but in the surface there are a lot. So probably the means after means this the people who buried this dead were using this burial ground after the means after this site was using as a what we say stone blade knapping place or something. That there means from the surface only we got some vessels having Harappan script. Here you can see, but only the fragments. Then the burial goods included means as I told, there were large pots and sometimes vases, sometimes cups. So in different locations also we found differences in the pots. For example, in locality 1, we were mainly getting vases and small size vessels. But when we come to and also and cups. But when we went to locality 3, there we were getting big pots associated with small bottles. Some had capstones, some were not with capstones. Yeah. No, these kind of structures never had capstones. They were destroyed. Yeah. Only thing is when they in the pits directly over there were some capstones. Next. Then the vessel shapes, dishon stands were there. Then definitely bottles, and in that a large number of reserve slipware pots were there. Vessels. Next. Then bowls were there. Then these are the shapes. I am not going to the details. Then while talking about the chronology, right now we have only one date. That goes to 2850 BC. That is almost 4850. So it will fit into the time period between pre-urban Harappan period. Though means we are getting so this much of burials, I am not claiming that all the burials are belonging to same phase. Probably there will be some urban Harappan burials also. Next. Then means this was meant for whom? There is a big question. Because we are getting such a big burial, where is the habitation site? We done a large number of large scale exploration in the area. We were not able to find a single habitation site having this much capacity. The same thing happened to MS University when they were doing Dhaneti. There also they got cemetery, but they are not getting the burial real habitation site. So we were able to locate 3 small sites having a size of 100 meter by 100 meter, 60 meter by 60 meter, and so some are located 1.5 kilometer. 2 are located 1.5 kilometer away from the site, and 1 is located almost 4 kilometer away from the site. And when we talk to the villagers, they are saying that that was a place. The village was a place where the people from 7 villages used to come to cremate their bodies, and the farthest village was almost 30 kilometer away from there. So there is a possibility that this burial ground was a meeting place, or it was used by different villages from different regions. There is a possibility, or that might be used by people from there, if there is a social or caste, cultural differences between people, they might be using different locations of the site by different time periods, or it might be the differences in different sex groups. Right now we are not very sure about anything. Next. So these are the sites I was talking about, the pre-urban Harappan sites. Just go. Next slide. Next slide. So now, when we come to the urban Harappan period, there is also cemeteries. We are getting cemeteries associated with the sites, and Lothal is on such site. Next, where actually in the northwestern direction there was a cemetery. This also gone. Okay, no problem. Yeah, at Lothal we are getting around 23 burials. Actually 23 burial remains, and in that 16 belong to urban Harappan phase, and the rest of them belong to late Harappan phase. In that there were some double burials also. Here you can see 1, 2, actually 3 double burials were there, and one of the burials had male and female burials together. Next. Then comes the sites, Dholavira. Dholavira is a very, you all know that it is the 5th largest city of Indus time, and it has a cemetery in the western side, and this cemetery has not excavated to its capacity, but next. There they identified tumuli kind of structure, and it has multiple chambers having a lot of ceramics in that. They were not able to identify any human skeletons, and also there were some coffin kind of burials, and also many different burials, and only I think 2 or 3 human skeletons were recovered from the site. And in the left side you can see one of the skeletons recovered from the cemetery itself, and in the right side this is a late Harappan burial recovered from the site within the habitation area. Then comes the site Junikuran. Junikuran was excavated by Subra Pramanik in between of ASI in between 2004 and 5, and this site also yielded some cane circle kind of burials. Next. Then Rambara 2. Rambara 2 was actually it was explored by Professor Posel, and in his explorations in 1980s, he found one skeletal remains of female along with some Sorath Harappan vessels. Then also comes the Ramdal Dadua that was explored by Chitalwala, and he found, it was not Chitalwala, it was Pipi Pandya, and in that site, the burial, associated with the burial, there were Sorath Harappan pottery, but it was in the vicinity of the burial, not within the burial. Then at the site Amreli also yielded some Chalcolithic pot burials below the early historic level. And S.R. Rao mentions about that thing. Next. Then comes Lankanaj. Lankanaj is actually it is a very famous Mesolithic site, and there are around 21 burials were excavated. In that, one burial yielded copper knife. It is essentially Chalcolithic, and also dendalium beads were also there. And definitely the site, who done the Kennedy, who has done the skeletal analysis, clearly mentions that it has there is morphologically the skeletal remains of Lankanaj and Lothal has lot of similarities. Next. Then the site Bagastra. Bagastra actually hasn't yielded any cemetery or any burials itself. From the site we got Brad Chase, who studied the bones, animal bones there. He was able to find a metacarpal from the site, and also from the site when our team were exploiting in 2016, from the surface there was a disturbances. We were able to get a few human bones. But we are not very sure about the real context. Next. Then when it comes to the late Harappan period, Kundasi, the sites like Kundasi, Megham, Nagal, all these sites yielded some human burials. But in Nagal it was associated with black and red ware of late Harappan period, and at Kundasi it was from pit, and we are not very sure is it belonged to the early historic period or the late Harappan period. At Megham actually we got pot burials, and there were no human skeleton in that. Next. So as summary, I can say that during the pre-urban Harappan, the earliest burial would be Loteshwar, and in this burial was actually unassociated with any materials, and probably it might be indicating that the kind of community who were using this burial was totally different from the pre-urban Harappans, because in the pre-urban Harappan burials, when we look, we can see burial goods along with them. Some of the in the pre-urban Harappan period, some of the burials were within habitation area, and in some burials there were pots, shell beads, bangles, etc. Inhumation burials were there. They included flexed burials, extended burial, and disarticulated burial, and symbolic burial, probably cremation also. There were child burials and double burials in the at the sites. In some cases, burial goods near head. In some cases, the burials were placed near leg, and in some skeletons were kept over the vessels also. Orientation, there were means no specific orientation. There were east-west orientation and north-south orientation also. And during pre-urban Harappan period, there were Dhaneti and Junakati. There are sure means cemeteries, but even Surkotada cemetery may belong to pre-urban Harappan phase. Then the vessel types, arm renal type, courtesan type, and research slipware were very common. Then pots, jars, lids, basin, dishes, cups, vases, dish-on stands, etc. were the vessel types, and bangles and beads were also there. Some burials had 60 vessels, some had 1, some were devoid of vessels. Varieties of stone structures and pit burials were there. Surkotada yielded unique black and red door, which is only reported from that side. Then animal burial was also there. Vessels were found within the vessels, and some burials were exclusively for kids. Next. While coming to the urban Harappan period, there were cemeteries at Surkotada, Dholavira, and Lothal. And Mykesh red were also found. At Lothal, Mykesh red pottery was found along with classical Harappan. It definitely shows some kind of cultural connections with the Mykesh red pottery using people and the pre-urban urban Harappans. There were joint burials, then male and female burials together, and north-south. Here also comes both direction, north-south and southeast direction also. Then tumuli type burial comes. Then Sorata Harappan vessels were also found in burials. Then copper knife, shell beads. Then pot burials and inhumation burials also. Then pits, stone slabs were used in pits as burials, and brick lining also found. At Lothal, there was brick lining was found in one burial. While coming to the post-urban Harappan period, the only cemetery continued to use during this period, that is at Lothal. Then in a few sites, the burials were found within habitations, and some of the burials were associated with vessels, and black and red ware were used, and burials were north-south and east-west direction. Extended inhumation and symbolic pot burials were there. So that clearly shows that means urban Harappan, in the pre-urban Harappan period, urban Harappan period, and post-Harappan period, definitely they were using burial system, and there were no means, so we can't say that, okay, they were only burying in specific orientation or anything, but means definitely in the pre-urban Harappan phase, we have very good indications of shell bangle use. And definitely these shell bangle, I am not saying that they were producing in Junakati or anywhere. Anyway, when probably the sources in Gujarat might be using for the shells, probably these kind of shells were probably traveling to other parts of the greater Indus region. So I am stopping here. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Next. Thank you. Yes, sir, please. Okay, I can show you, sir. Actually, at Madhutra, there is a mention about a burial. Probably it is a pit, they got them in teeth. Probably the skeletal remains might have it gone. That's what I am saying, because it was associated with some pot base. Yeah, even in my for example, at the site, when we, Junakati, while excavating, in a proper burial pit, we were getting one teeth in one side, and other side, some vessels were there. But that doesn't mean that they were only burying the teeth. In the teeth burial, the pots were there? Yeah, there were 2 pot bases.
Dr. Rajesh, only one thing.
Yeah.
Regarding Mathura, you told something, I could not understand what you wanted to tell.
It is not Mathura, it is Mathutra.
Mathurtra, not Mathura.
No, not about Mathura. Here is means, I am not drawing any parallels between South India or means.
Not this Mathura, Mathura.
No. There is also, I am not also drawing any parallels to that area.
That Mathura area.
No, only in Gujarat.
I see. Sir, you put Mathura and
yeah, it is Mathutra.
Mathura, not okay. Now, Surkotada, you have shown this, that whether the animal which they have discovered, of course, is it now decided it is a horse?
I am not the person to talk about.
No, because it was done 20 years back, 30 years back.
Experts like Pankaj Goyal and Abhay is there. But what I understand is that the only thing is that only there is a possibility it might be horse or wilderness, whatever it is. But in the report, the real measurements of the bones are not given. So, due to that,
of course, yes.
Due to that thing, there are a lot of confusions. So if they can give the exact size of the bones, measurements of the bones, then there will be you can solve. But majority of the scholars argue that it is wild horse.
Of
Because
course,
we are not getting
Sarma first told it was horse, then it started. But anyway, one more thing, your Lothal excavations, they were all S.R. Rao's excavations.
Yes. Here means, apart from Jurakatia, all the sites shown in this thing are belong to the excavations of MS University, Archaeological Survey of India, and Gujarat State Archaeology Park. And Deccan College also. Yes, sir.
Any site across Gujarat, whether it is pre-urban, urban or late urban, post-urban, any site, you have any burial from within the settlement?
There are sites like, for example, Loteshwar is there. There is within the settlement. Even our Datra, our Dholavira, in the late Harappan burial, got from the lower town area. Yeah. There's a proper burial because it is associated with one bowl.
So that is within the settlement?
Yeah, within the settlement.
One more
Yes.
Castle.
For Castle also. Okay. Sir. Oh, sir. So I will show you the first slip here.
Hello. I am not giving any comment or suggestion, nothing like that. But I congratulate Rajesh SV for the excellent work. Now, what I would like to emphasize here, initially when he applied for excavation of Harappan sites in Gujarat, in the standing committee he was denied the permission, saying what the person from Kerala doing archaeology in Gujarat and that too of the Harappans. So for 2 years he didn't do any excavation, but then the 2 years time he utilized extensively for extensive exploration in Kutch, Saurashtra and mainland of Gujarat. And that is the result, a large number of sites he could explore and document thoroughly. And then now you can see the results when we got the permission, now you get the results of that. And he has proved that he is a real full archaeologist.
Actually, okay. Before actually, I have to say one more thing. The kind of support I got from Professor Sonavane for this getting the permission is invaluable because he supported us like anything, and also Dr. Prabhakar, because for excavation, I am not one to mention what are the things. For some reasons, the ASI was not giving us permission, and they put some issues for us, and it is only because of the hard work of Dr. Prabhakar. He when he became the director of excavation, he gave us the permission. So, lot of thanks to them also. Thank you.
You showed us transepted burials, but they seem to have been made of sandstone blocks. But and in stone also. Yeah, but the stone slabs, which had lined one burial, but they did not have compartments. But do you have any transepted burials made out of stones? Say granites. I'm just giving an example. No. And do they have any portholes? No portholes.
None of the burials have portholes.
Yes.
Okay. The burials, okay. Some of the burials, if we want to fix that, okay, this is like okay, this is very much similarity to the megalithic or something. If somebody want to fix that, they can fix. But material-wise and based on the morphology, it is typical classical pre-urban Harappan things, and it has no relation with any other megalithic cultures or this. So we are not getting any potholes or anything at the site. Okay, thank you. Thank you so much.
I now request Professor V.H. Sonavane to present the memento to our guest speaker. Now we move on to the next speaker, Dr. V.N. Prabhakar.
வணக்கம். நான் பேசுறது கேட்குதா? ஸோ கொஞ்சம் சைலண்டாக கேட்கலாம் அப்போ இல்லை? பேச வேணாம், நீங்கள் பேச வேணாம், நான் பேசுகிறேன். சைலண்டாக கேளுங்க. உங்களுக்கு ஏதாவது டவுட் இருந்தால் என்கிட்ட கேளுங்க, உங்கள்கிட்ட பேச வேண்டாம். ஓகே, நான் நிறைய சவுண்ட் உங்ககிட்ட வந்து வந்துட்டு இருக்கு, கேட்டுருக்கேன் நான். So we'll start. I mean, I'm not going to say anything profoundly new. I mean, people have spoken a lot since yesterday. You might have listened to all of them. But to start with, I would acknowledge my guru, my mentor, my teacher, Dr. R.S. Bisht. So he is R.S. Bisht. Dr. R.S. Bisht with Professor B.B. Lal, the Dayan of Indian Archaeology. And I also acknowledge my institution, IIT Gandhinagar, my parent institution. I came from ASI, then after I joined IIT Gandhinagar, and of course Dr. Ramadevi for giving me an opportunity to talk before you. Can you start again? Slideshow. Yeah, I will skip all these things. I mean, after nearly 100 years, we have a better chronology. In 1924, when the civilization was announced, we didn't have a proper chronology, but nearly after 100 years, we are going to celebrate, or we are in the 100th year of the discovery of Harappan civilization. So we have a better chronology. We know how we were having connections with other parts of the world, like Mesopotamia. We have excellent trade relations. So all these things we have come to know. We also come to know from the site of Mehergarh in Pakistan how there is a continuity from 7th, 8th millennium BC onwards, how there were initially rural cultures, then the urban centers came. I mean, Harappan civilization, when we talk, it is the urbanism. It is the 2600 BC to 1900 BC, approximately 700 years of urbanism, in which various features we come to know. But how did this happen? The urbanism did not happen suddenly, right? It went on through a process of development, evolution, which we see in different parts of the greater Indus Valley. That is in the Sindh region, in Cholistan region, in modern day Punjab, Pakistan, in Gujarat. So we see several regional cultures which slowly interacted with each other. They were trading with each other. They were exchanging goods, raw materials, and ultimately they integrated into the urban feature of the Harappan civilization. So that's what we call it around the integration era from 2600 BC to 1900 BC. That is the urban phase of the Harappan civilization. So several scholars have worked upon this. I mean, what is urbanism? How will you define a city? What are the features of a civilization? So I won't go into each and every detail, but most importantly, Gordon Childe, he was the earliest one who defined what is urbanism, what is a civilization, how a cities will exist, what will be the features of a civilization. So he has given a 10-point criteria to define a civilization, to define urbanism. So based on that, several other scholars have worked upon, and in particular, Professor Mark Canoyer, he has given 4 major preconditions before urbanism or a state level society came into existence, right? So we will look into some of the criterion, but the Harappan civilization, even though it's an urban civilization or a state level society, it did not fulfill all the 10-point criteria given by Gordon Childe, because we didn't have a kingdom sort of thing. We didn't have a king ruling. We didn't have a standing army. We didn't have many of the features of Egyptian or the Mesopotamian civilization, but it's unique. It also fulfills certain criteria of a state level society. So this is the extent. I mean, I hope you all know these. I mean, some of the important features what you will find in the Harappan civilization. then the kind of standardization of bricks, some jewelry which are very unique, ceramics which are very unique, seals and ceilings, many other features which are very unique to the got William Stewart and various other anthropologists who have tried to define what is urbanism and what is a state level society. So all these preconditions, they are satisfied in the case of Harappan civilization. So one is the subsistence economy, then social and economic trade networks, complex technologies, and social hierarchy. I mean, these are some of the very basic components of any urban civilization. So in the case of Harappan civilization, we have this summer and the winter cropping, which we still practice today. I mean, if you go to North India, you will still practice the summer and the winter cropping. It is known as the Kharif and the Rabi type of cropping. It was practiced even during the Harappan times. They had the summer and the winter monsoons. They adjusted themselves. They were producing various kind of crops, and that's why they were creating a huge subsistence base. I mean, unless until you have a subsistence base, you are not producing food in surplus. You cannot participate in craft activities. You cannot smelt copper. You cannot trade with others. You cannot support other craft activities. You cannot support an administration. So one of the foremost precondition of a state level society is that you should have a proper food surplus and that is stored in granaries, or it can be distributed to various other communities. So we have a various evidences of various food crops that is produced in the Harappan civilization. Next. And also they were also following the pastoral economy. They were herding cattle, they were herding sheep and goats. It was also an important component of the economy for them. Next. And social and economic trade networks. This was established well before the Harappan civilization. At Mehergarh, around 7th millennium BC, we have evidence that the Mehergarh people, they are trading with Gujarat region, Oman region, and also Afghanistan and Central Asia. So a well thought out economic network was already in place in 7th millennium BC. They are procuring shell bangles from the coastal regions. They are procuring lapis lazuli from Afghanistan. They are procuring turquoise, various other artifacts they are procuring. So this is the beginning, and from there onwards various technologies were developed, and slowly it culminated in the Harappan time period. And if you look into the location of the settlements, they are all located very close to the important raw material resources. For example, in Gujarat, they were located very close to the agate carnelian resources, whatever the red triangles with a white dot. So they were producing excellent jewelry, and these jewelry they were exporting to Mesopotamia. Right? We have actual evidences from Mesopotamia burials where this jewelry have come, and Mesopotamian writings, they also mention about what kind of goods they are coming from the Harappan civilization, that is Meluha. Right? And one more very important evidence that came out of Dholavira is the production of these kind of limestone pillar members. They were produced from here and they were exported to Mohenjo-daro and Harappa. Next. And excellent technology. I mean, they were creating vast reservoirs. In the case of Dholavira, we have very good evidence of how they were actually cutting into the bedrock, going deep as deep as 10 meters and producing these kind of huge reservoirs. Right? It's a unique water management system what we see in the case of Dholavira particularly. It is located on an island. There are less water resources, but they were utilizing whatever available within their capacity. They were producing these kind of reservoirs. Next. And this bead manufacturing technology, one of the unique hallmarks of Harappan civilization is this bead drilling technology, which helped them to produce a vast array of agate cornelian jewelry, which was exported to the Mesopotamians. And very interestingly, one craftsman from Kambat is the only surviving craftsman in Kambat who still drills them with the traditional bead drilling technology. There is no successor for him. After him, there is nobody. So this particular technology, which existed nearly 7,000, 8,000 years back, it's going to die down with this person. Right? It has a very long continuity, and Kambat in Gujarat, it is the only place where we can see the traditional bead manufacturing technologies. And with the technology, the Harappans, they were producing this kind of exquisite jewelry. And trade, I mean, what kind of trade one can say? I mean, this is a very important piece of information given by Mark Canoyer. This is a stone from Harappa and this is from Dholavira. Can you see the similarity between these two stones? Any similarity? I think you see the similarity, right? Yes or no? It's brown in color with the bands, and this comes from Gujarat region, nowhere else, right? From Dholavira you find the raw material, and Harappa also find the raw material, and with this raw material maybe a bead manufacturer made a bead, and this bead was found as a part of a necklace in a burial in Harappa. So somebody is procuring this stone from Gujarat region to Harappa. It is stored in the habitation site in Harappa, and in one burial, bead manufactured out of this stone is found in a burial. So this is the kind of clinching evidence which clearly indicate the vast trade network. So we understand urbanism in terms of settlement hierarchy. There will be very large towns, like in the case of the present day, if you take the example of Delhi, Bombay, Kolkata and Madras. So similarly, we will have the largest cities, that's Mohenjo-daro, Lakhanjadaro, Ganveriwala, Harappa, Rakhigarhi and Dholavira. Then there are different categories, larger towns, smaller towns, villages, hamlets. This is the kind of settlement hierarchy, and which can be comparable even today. Without the settlement hierarchy, you cannot support a larger city. Madras cannot survive without smaller towns, larger towns, villages and all other producers which are coming on a daily basis. If there is a blockade for certain goods, then we all suffer, right? So this is how economy progresses. So coming to Dholavira, I will present some of the evidences from Dholavira which clearly indicates the urbanism. So Dholavira is located here on an island. This is the Khadir Island. In 3rd millennium BCE, there were several other islands. The Kutch was also an island. There are 4 islands on the northern part. This was also an island. So this could be the scenario. I am trying to just extrapolate what could have been the scenario of the coastline. This may be slightly exaggerated, but there are literary evidences which clearly indicate that Saurashtra was also an island. There was a corridor connecting Little Run with the Gulf of Khambat. So this could be a possibility, and the Harappans might have directly connected with Lothal and also the raw material resources here. So there were 4 islands on the north, maybe a smaller island here, one more island here, and Kutch mainland was also an island. So through this network they were connecting. They were connecting to the western world with the Mesopotamia. They are connecting to the northern region through the Indus and the Saraswati river mouths, and they were moving the larger goods. And interestingly, Dholavira, where it is located, it is on an island surrounded by a run of Kutch. All around there is water, right? On this island, which is 32 kilometers east to west, they located the city in between 2 streams, very small stream. It's not a river, it is a very small stream originating from here and draining into the run of Kutch. They located the city somewhere here, where there are northern boundary is a river, southern boundary is a river. It was a very small settlement to start with. Slowly they expanded, and they planned and enlarged the city around 2600 BCE, and then came the full-blown Harappan city. So with the city they also planned, it was slightly oriented towards the west, 6 degrees towards the west when compared to the north-south orientation, and we also have evidence of how the city came to an end. Next. Yeah. So this was the stage up to 1900 BC. After 1900 BC, now we understand there are climatic changes. It was a global event. There were slowly, it was a 200 year of drought, a prolonged and continuous drought. That's why the Harappans, they might have been also transformed into a rural culture. So we see the transformation here also. The city shrunk into a very smaller unit, but still some of the craft activities from here continued. We have evidence of bead manufacturing in the post 1900 BC scenario also. So excellent evidence have been found from here by Dr. R.S. Bisht, who was the excavator here, for 13 long seasons from 1989 to 2005. So we come to know about the expansion of the city from this cutting across the castle. There is a fortification across the castle. So where he excavated and where different stages of expansion of the city is found in the form of the fortification. The earliest fortification, the addition, then further addition, which have been recorded at various places. Next. So these are the various next components to show where these particular additions have occurred. Next. Yeah, and excellent water management system. So that is the most important unique feature which we highlighted when we submitted the nomination dossier for its World Heritage nomination, because location itself, it's very important. Location between two streams, and also utilizing the water in such a manner, they are harnessing the water in such a manner that they are diverting them into water resources. I think some of you are interested in talking among yourself only. Thoda dekho hai na kabhi. Have you seen Gujarat? No, no. You are getting an opportunity to see Gujarat. So they have constructed dams here. You can see the remnants of the dams. So they are blocking the water flowing in this Manhar. Then they are diverting into eastern reservoir, then southern reservoir. Then the spillover goes to an open air reservoir. Then it comes out, and again there is a huge open air reservoir. So this is the kind of elaborate water management system. One more system what they did is that they harvested the rainwater, because here cloud bursts occurred. Within 10-15 minutes there will be a huge volume of water. So whatever water falling on this castle, they created a huge network of storm water drains. Next. Okay, some of the raw material resources in Gujarat, how they might have been exploited. I mean, the entire Gujarat region is surrounded with vast shell resources. Then copper resources coming from the Ambaji area, it was reaching Dholera, all due to the studies of multidisciplinary studies conducted by Randall Law and his team. Next. So these are the present day Ambaji mines somewhere here, and this was exploited even very recently by the Gujarat Industrial Development Corporation. After the copper content came to what is a very negligible portion, they have abandoned the mining. So we also collected the copper ore from here. We did an experimental archaeology in IIT Gandhinagar. We collected the copper ore, we smelted as though the Harappans might have smelted, and we found very small concentration of copper from here also. So this is one such evidence. Another very important is the agate cornelian, which is come from various sources like Ratanpur, Rajpipla, then Mardakbet, then Khandig. So all these places, they were exploited by the Harappans, and they were making excellent jewelry utilizing these kind of raw materials. Next. Yeah, particularly this limestone I have shown you. Next. So from here it was manufactured, then it was going to Mohenjo-daro and from to Harappa. So there are evidences, actual evidences of banded limestone which is originating in Gujarat. They are completely manufactured, finished in Dholavira, and they were exported. All through water networks, because it is surrounded by water all around. So from here they have to come to Rann of Kutch, then they have to travel upstream on Indus or Saraswati river. So this was the scenario. 300 to 400 kilogram of limestone pillars, they were transporting it through water. So you should understand what kind of technology they might have been using, what kind of navigation system they might have been using, so that safely they can transport them to longer distances. So we have excellent evidences of architecture from Dholara, because they use stone as one of the important architectural element. You can see some of the important gateways. This is the northern gateways, and they have used this limestone which is available locally for creating various kinds of artifacts. These are the pillar bases. They were also creating the phallus, which might have been worshipped, because this is one of the most important component of the Harappan society. They were also worshipping the phallus. And they have constructed the city with a well proportioned layout. Like if you look into the various components of the city, they are exactly in well proportioned layout. So this is a small table giving the various proportions, ratios and proportions, and which is possible only due to some planning actually. So there are different gates, at least 17 gates have been found of different configurations, very simple to very elaborate. So these are the location of some of the gates. This is the most elaborate gate. This is the northern gateway of the castle. Next. And if you look into the arrangement and the location of the northern gate of the castle, it clearly indicates that a very important person is living within this fortified unit, because the fortification itself is 18 meter in width at the base, and there are 2 gates, and the northern gate has at least 5 levels of security. I mean, this is the outer gate from here, western side and the eastern side. Then there is one more gate here, the third gate here, and within this gate there are the outer and the inner gate. So why there should be 5 levels of security? 5 levels of security. Why there should be? Modi, how many level do you understand he has security? Hai na? Can you go very near to Modi nowadays? You can't even go very near, right? You have to see somewhere. Eh? So somebody is very important here. That's why they are restricting the entry. Why there should be a restriction? If there is a restriction, somebody is living within a very massive fortification, it means the group of families or the members who are living inside, they are very important. They may be the rulers. They may not be the kings, but they are rulers, they are administrators. They are forcing very important commercial transactions of the Dholavira city. So that's why we see multi-level entry and checkpoints. And this settlement is very closer to the very important water resources. On the eastern side is the eastern reservoir, southern side we have a series of south reservoirs. So all these things they are controlling, and they are very important people, and that's why we see this elaborate arrangement here. So we have partly noticed the ratios and proportions of the entire city, but if you look into the castle also, it is very well proportioned. There is a central street or a Broadway 11 meters in width, northern unit that is 33 meters in width, southern is 44. So 1:3:4, right? So exact ratios and proportions, and they have allocated different units for different sets of function. This area we have water resources. This area could have been for elites because the gateway is very closer to this part. So this functional analysis can also be done based on the architectural elements. Next. So this is some of the access points. Next. So castle itself, it's a very important unit. I mean, you see the internal area is 1.5 hectare out of the total city, and out of the 12% is only the street alone. 37 northern area, 50% southern housing area. So it has monumental architecture, it has all exquisite architectural elements involved. And this is the stormwater drainage which I was mentioning. They have an elaborate stormwater drainage from here, like a funnel shaped receptacle. They are receiving the water and they are diverted to various channels, and there are manholes in between. This kind of huge drainage network is there, and ultimately it is diverted outside the city through a spillover, and it is also stored in an open air reservoir. Then again the spillover goes to a large open air reservoir. So they are managing the water network in such a manner so that they can utilize them also, they can divert them also, and that can be used in the lean season because it gets very less rainfall. This I have shown already. This is one of the largest series of reservoirs at Dholavira. Next. And wherever the stone materials, it is not available. They have cut it to the bedrock. It was undulating. There are large voids. So they have cut the stone blocks as though they are bricks, and they have fixed it very nicely without any gap in between. So that is the kind of technology only with the aid of copper and bronze. You need to understand the technology at that particular point of time. There was no iron available. So only with copper and bronze they have constructed this massive reservoirs. Next. So this is the eastern reservoir, which is much massive. I mean, we always talk about Great Bath. That is only 18 meters in length. Here this is 78 meters in length, and there are flight of steps on 3 sides, and there is a step well right at the bedrock, on the bedrock. This is supposed to be the earliest step well in India. I mean, they have cut into the bedrock here again, they have reached the water level, and they have utilized this step well when there was a lean period, when there was no rainfall, actual rainfall. So we have other evidences of urbanism in the form of seals and sealing, train transactions, weights and measures, and all craft activities. And interestingly, we have a very similar image of a so-called priest king. This is a so-called priest king from Mohenjo-daro. Here the head is there, but the bottom is missing. But here the head is missing, bottom is preserved. And it was thrown after the urban phase. When the urban phase was over, this sculpture, maybe the head was broken, and it was thrown away. It clearly indicates some ideological attachment to this stone sculpture. The form and the shape indicates the similarity between the Sindh region and the Gujarat region, and there should be some attachment to this figure who might have been very important. And once the ideological variation occurs, then they have discarded the older beliefs and they have broken this sculpture and they have thrown it away. So we have excellent craft activities in the form of bead manufacturing. Next. 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 And we have this excellent stone weights we find, and from particularly Dholavira, there are evidences of various materials what they have used for manufacturing the weights. It's not only the stone, they have also used the shell, terracotta, and various other materials for manufacturing weights. And the largest weight is around 13 kilogram, 1-3, and the smallest weight is less than 1 gram. Less than 1 gram to 13 kilograms. So you can understand the range of projects they might have weighed with this thing, and they have huge commercial transaction and relations. I mean, we don't have direct evidence, but indirect evidence clearly indicates Dholavira as a manufacturing hub of various products, and they might have been connected with the Oman and the Mesopotamian region, and they might have been transporting the goods in the form of these large jars. Some of the larger jars, it comes up to this height, 1.5 meters. Some of the largest. So these are the equivalent of modern day containers. Imagine a modern day containers, you put lot of goods inside, you seal it and put it in a ship. Similarly, these large containers, they were used for transporting various finished products. They might have been wrapped in bundles, put inside, then the mouth was covered with another cloth or a leather piece, then tied, and a seal impression was made. So this is the kind of transaction what they were making. And we have evidence of these particular type of seals. Normally the Harappan seals are square in shape, but here it is circular in shape. This particular type of circular shape seals arrive at the scene around 2200 BC, particularly from the Bahrain region, right? And very few sites in the Harappan civilization we find this kind of circular seals. One in Dholavira, one in Channudado, then Mohenjo-daro. So very few sites have yielded this kind of seals. It clearly indicates some sort of commercial relations are maintained from this region to Bahrain, where we may indicate that the Harappans actually they were living there in Bahrain. So this is the just to show what is the kind of evidence Harappan artifacts are found. Mesopotamia we had direct trade, Oman direct trade, maybe this part we had direct trade, and also Central Asia. But these parts also we have some remains of beads, even in one site in Egypt. So they may be indirect trade. From the Mesopotamians, they might have procured the materials and they might have traded with them. So coming to other craft activities, we see a lot of continuity here in the case of shell inlays. With the aid of shell, whatever shell remains they found, they created a lot of inlays. And they were weaved together as embroidery on textiles. They might have used different combinations. I mean, I just tried to create various combinations using Photoshop, looking into the pottery symbols and all, trying to retrace the shell inlay equivalent on pottery, and trying to combine together, and also next, and also try to combine them. I mean, we found this single piece, but if you combine them, this forms the intersecting circle pattern, and also this intersecting circle pattern on a floor tile in Kalibangan. So we can have different sets of combination. This is one pattern, this is another pattern which is equivalent to a similar design on a Nal ceramic coming from Balochistan. So there are a lot of imagination, lot of experiment. Next, what we can, I mean, we can also trace these patterns on the embroidery of the modern day Kutch women. I mean, they create a lot of exquisite embroidery, lot of geometrical patterns, and that can be traced to some of the shell inlay patterns also. Next, you can see this is the Ajrak print pattern. This is again unique to Kutch region, where this Ajrak print patterns are manufactured. You can see this is very similar to the Harappan shell inlays. So you can imagine a various combination. This is just one combination which I imagine. I mean, it may not be there, but I try to put various shell inlays and try to create some sort of combination, because if you see the Ajrak also, they create various patterns and combinations. And finally, when the city was dying and ultimately it was abandoned, the final phase, it was occupied by a rural community who were living in circular houses. Okay, these circular houses belong to 1400 BCE, and even today it survives in Dholavira. Nowadays, the vernacular architecture is circular houses with a conical roof, right? After the Bhuj earthquake, they have abandoned this kind of architecture, and then now they are constructing pakka concrete houses and all. But before this Bhuj earthquake, they were still living, and even now some of the houses, they have this kind of architecture, and the interior is highly decorated. It consists of various inlay patterns, various decorative patterns, and these things still continue. So this is one continuation. Another continuation, next. What we notice is that this gate pattern at Dholavira, there is a central passage with 2 side chambers. There could have been a roof. The similar things we are still seeing at some important villages in Khadir Island. Like in Kalyanpur, we went to one of the larger houses. It has a central passage. On either side there is a chamber. Then it is double-storied. This could have been a double-storied building also, we don't know. But we see a continuity broadly on the floor plan. Next. And the mode of transportation, if you look into some of the carts of Kutch regions, highly exquisite carvings on wood, and they have the particular unique concrete species of cattle which draw these vehicles. And we have this pastoral community which might have been following the same kind of pattern of thousands of years. Next one. You can see the rich diversity. I mean, if you look into some of the inlay patterns, still they are practicing, and it's one of the very famous Kutch handicraft. And they also tattoo on their body with various patterns, and even some carvings on the wooden part, which clearly it's a Harappan sign. This is a Harappan sign. I don't know how this continuity happened. They're still in their memory, and they are still creating these kind of decorations on the wooden parts also. I think this is the last one. Yeah, thank you. It was found to the right of the passage of East Gate in a debris, in an upside manner. I did not show the in situ photograph, but it's an upside manner, and it was even on the stone sculpture there are chisel marks at many places. They tried to deface it. Southern India, we don't have any evidence, any kind of trade. No. There could be a possibility, but most probably Ahar region, there is a lot of connections. Not into even Malwa, we don't have that kind of evidence, but Ahar region definitely.
I now request Dr. Ramadevi. Now we move on to the next speaker, Dr. Abhayan GS.
Hello. Good afternoon. They already announced, right? Yeah. Yeah. First of all, let me thank Dr. Ramadevi and Shasun Jain College and ICHR for giving me this kind of an opportunity to present some of our work before you. Before I begin, I'll be talking about some fishy things. And being a place called Jain College and a place where Jain traditions are followed, I have to say something about fish consumption and all. If anyone is having any bad feelings for that, I'm so sorry for that. Let me continue. Yeah. Yeah, this is the region I'm going to talk about, and I don't need to. It's just next. Lot of. Okay, next. Yeah, I don't want to explain about all these things. I will be talking about urban phase and post-urban phase, where how this fish consumption and animal utilization was happening, and I will be concentrating on that based on some specific sites in the region. Next. And regarding this is called zooarchaeology for those who are not much familiar with archaeology. And when we get a lot of animal remains from archaeological sites, we study them. That branch is called zooarchaeology. And in the civilization context, most of the zooarchaeological studies are concentrated around domestication and also the exploitation of wild animals for different animal-based subsistence strategies. And in next. These kind of studies started very early, soon after the discovery of the Indus civilization. You all know about the two major sites, Mohenjo-daro and Harappa. Since the excavations of these sites, these sort of studies happen, and this sort of domestication evidence and wild animals hunting evidence, all these things are there even from these 1931 studies by Suel and Guha and Prasad studies. Next. And very specifically, taxa-specific studies have not much happened in the context of Indus Valley civilization. Specifically on shell, fish remains, bird remains, reptilian remains, these kind of specific areas could be studied well, and some rare studies have happened on shells and fish remains from Pakistan area before, and this has several reasons for the lesser attention towards these kind of studies. One of the major issue is the lack of adequate reference collection. I will be explaining what it is next. And in this study, I will be talking about a few sites from Gujarat region, especially from the Gulf of Kutch region, and how these sites have witnessed the utilization of fish remains mostly. Next. And for studying fish remains, we need to have a reference collection. Not only for studying fish, any animal remains need to be studied with the help of a reference collection in zooarchaeology. And we have a reference collection of fish with the University of Kerala currently. Because of that reason, we can study the fish remains, and basically for the identification, we use the modern reference material like this, modern osteological reference material like this. Next. And this is the area of Gulf of Kutch, and these are the sites I am going to discuss next. And among the sites, these three are very well excavated sites, and these three are fortified sites, and the settlements are concentrated inside the fortification as well as outside the fortification. And this is an overview of the identification of fish remains from these sites. Total around 28 different kinds of fish were identified from all these sites, and the common names of those fishes are given as a list. Next. And this is the identification from the site of Bagasra. When you see this, during the different phases, there is a slight change in the utilization pattern. from phase 1, phase 2 and phase 3, we can see a largely marine or estuarine fishery in a prominent way. And towards the phase 4, along with the marine fishery, you can see a considerable increase of the freshwater environmental exploitation of fish, especially the Bagridae family. Next. Almost similar pattern can be witnessed from the site of Kanmir as well. Towards the late phase of the culture, you can see some kind of a higher frequency of Bagridae family fishes. That is a kind of freshwater fish. Next. A similar pattern can be seen from Shikarpur as well. Next. And Navinali is another site which is an explored site that is not excavated. From the surface, we get a large number of fish otoliths. Fish otoliths are the kind of stone-like structures situated inside the skull of fish. And from these different kinds of otoliths, we could identify several species of fish. Next. And altogether, we can say there is a domination of a particular fish that is called as Baramundi or Latus calcarifer. That is the most dominating fish. We are getting a large number of fish remains that belong to Latus calcarifer. And towards the later phase, as I mentioned, Bagridae family dominates. Bagridae is a kind of freshwater catfish that dominates towards the phase 3. The domination of this particular fish, especially towards the later part of the culture, could happen because of several reasons. One of the reasons could be some changes in the environmental settings. Otherwise, it can be a change in the preference of fish consumers. There are so many possibilities for that. But we see is that kind of a change over there. Next. Next. We can see 3 zones of fish exploitation in this area of Gulf of Kutch. Only a few fish were coming from the deep water or some kind of off the sea coast. Next. And most of the fish, next please. Most of the fish was coming from this particular area where this marine and estuarine environment exists. And in this area, almost all the fish species was coming from this particular area. That means the people were going out to the estuaries mostly for getting the fish. Next. And obviously some fish was coming from the freshwater resources nearby, possibly from some streams and landlocked ponds and all. Next. And we can see a slight difference in the marine fish consumption from inside and outside the fortification at Bagasra. In short, inside the fortification, people were having more access to marine fish. Next. And this similar kind of pattern can be visible at Shikarpur as well. From inside the fortification, a large number of marine fish was coming, and also larger size fish was also coming mostly from inside the fortification. That means the best catch of the fisheries was going to the people living inside the fortifications. In the meantime, people who were living outside the fortification were having very limited access to, or they were having some inferior kind of fish for their consumption. These changes could be connected with the change in the economy of the inside and outside the dwellers. And on fish remains, we can see a large number of modification evidence. In most of the specimens, you don't find any sort of modification, but a few bones are with a lot of modifications like cut marks, charred marks, some kind of chewing marks, and some bones have been modified in order to make it into some usable materials like ornament or possibly some tools, etc. This is an example of a shark vertebra which has been modified in the form of a bead. And meanwhile, the other one is a normal looking shark vertebrae. Next one. when we see the bone element wise distribution of cut marks, we can see the cut mark, next please. We can see the cut marks on different bones, but most of the cut marks are confined to the neurocranium as well as the cleithrum and certain bones here. And next please. That means the fish was cut in particular patterns like these. Probably the cut marks on the vertebrae probably indicate that the fish was cut into small chunks. And interestingly, these lower cranial elements are generally devoid of any cut marks. That means these portions were not cut, these portions were simply removed, and the rest of the portion was cut into small pieces. Next. And bone element wise distribution at Kanmir indicates a very interesting pattern. Next please. Next. It suggests decapitation and transportation of fish. For example, in this case, you can see a large number of cleithrum elements, which is this particular portion. This particular bone is represented in large numbers. Meanwhile, other bones like these bones, like lower cranial bones, are very less represented. That means this fish was processed in some particular pattern. That means these kind of portions were left at a processing site, and only this portion was brought to the site for consumption. That arises there arises a question of whether the fish was transported in fresh form or in some kind of processed or dried form. That is not very clear yet. Next. And the changes in fish consumption and these kind of patterns can be compared with some other subsistence strategies at the sites. For example, at Bagashra and Shikarpur, this inside and outside consumption of differences in the consumption of fish can be compared with the difference of consumption of like mutton and beef at these two sites, which has been earlier studied by another scholar, Brad Chase. And the similar kinds of shifts can be noticed at the site of Kanmir, where archaeobotanical evidence and the mammalian faunal remains also indicate some sort of change. For example, here you can see, as per Pankaj Goyal's study, there is a shift towards more exploitation of wild fauna towards the later phase. And a lot of millet consumption increases towards the later phase as per the archaeobotanical findings. Next, please. A recent preliminary study on the material from faunal material from Kotada Badli indicate presence of marine fish from inside from this site, and this site is very much interior from the coastal region. It is roughly 60 kilometers from the coastal region. That means these kind of fish were brought from the coastal sites towards this site. For transporting these fish remains or fish to this far means that should not be transported in fresh form. Probably it was processed in some form and transported. Next. And apart from fish, a lot of molluscans or shellfish was also consumed, and this shellfish was shells were utilized for craft activities as well. And beyond that, as in certain kinds of shell varieties were edible. That sort of an indication comes from the site of Navinal, where the large number of Babylonia spirata comes out. This Babylonia spirata is an excellent edible shell variety. Next. And when you compare this, this fish exploitation with the ethnographic data, we can see some interesting differences. And nowadays, as per the ethnographic survey we conducted at the sites at the villages like Navinal and Jarpara in Kutch region, we could understand that these fishing villages, people are going for commercial fishery as well as for opportunities fishery. In commercial fishery, they go for only these two kinds of fish. They only target these two kinds of fish. They have these specific nets for this. They usually use the gill nets for capturing these kind of fish. And during the winter season, they look for the lobster. That is a season where they can feasibly exploit lobsters. And during the summer season, they exploit silver pomfret. And interestingly, they don't consume these kind of fish varieties in their villages. Instead, they sell it to some other places, or it is taken by some others to get transported to the urban areas. And as part of the opportunities fishing, next please. Opportunistic fishing means they still need some boats to go out to the estuaries, but this kind of fish catch matches very much with the archaeological record. And almost all the kinds of fish that we identified from the archaeological record matches with the present day catch. With certain exceptions, this is an exception. These kind of mullets are very much captured during the present days, but in the archaeological record, we did not come across a single fragment of mullets. That is an interesting fact. We need to look out for the reasons for the complete absence of this kind of fish from the archaeological record. Next. And these are the conclusions. We could identify at least 28 varieties of different fish, and fish exploitation was in 3 different zones. And marine fishery was largely done during the urban phases, and a kind of freshwater fishery existed, but it was marginal in urban phases, but it intensified during the post-urban phases. There is a difference in inside and outside fortification exploitation of the fish. Inside inhabitants enjoy more marine fish, or they enjoy the best catch of the fisheries. And the kind of processing of the fish and transportation is also evident from as per the indications of Kanmir and Kottada Butley. And fish was more than supplementary, and it seems like an inevitable part along with the mammalian fauna. Ethnographic and modern commercial fisheries data show some similarities and some differences with reference to the archaeological records. Yeah, these are the acknowledgements. Please read. Thank you.
Is there any indication whether they preferred river fish to sea fish? What did they prefer? Did they prefer river fish to sea fish, or they prefer sea fish?
Towards the park, they have more access to but mostly
No, he's asking you to use the mic.
fine, but shall I say something? Oh, okay.
No, there is no question actually. I just want to congratulate Abhiyan. I think this is the first study exclusively on fish from Gujarat. This is the first study I support. So it is extremely good for all of us because, scientists are coming, more and more scientists are coming to archaeology. This is extremely good for us. So Pankaj is already there. So I'm sure, thank you very much for, making this kind of studies.
Thank you, sir. I now request you all to have your lunch and kindly come back after 30 minutes. The next session will be starting at sharp 2.
the choice is our, what we are going to preserve, what to present, what is significant, how it to be presented to the public, why material remains from the past should be passed on the generation yet to come. So as I said, this presentation is especially for the students. Okay, next please. So the first thing is interpretation. It refers to the full range of potential activities intended to the agent public awareness and enhanced understanding of the culture heritage site. So first is public lecture. So I'm not going to talk what we can do or what we should do. Actually, I am presenting what we are doing as a private organization, as a local organization, as a local stakeholders, what we are doing actually Rakhi Gadi, what we are trying our best to present Rakhi Gadi and showcasing Rakhi Gadi. So first thing is public lecture. Time to time we organize public lecture. Our two speakers are already here, Dr. Van sir and Dr. Jeevan Khadagwal sir. They already presented papers on Rakhi Gadi and Harappan civilization on our social media platform that is called rakhigadi.com. Next please. So educational program like seminars and workshops. We organize seminars, on-site seminar at Rakhi Gadi only, time to time. We recently organized a seminar on Rakhi Gadi. Dr. Naren Parmar, Dr. Manjul and Dr. Sinde was our speakers. These seminars for the students, especially sometimes we organize workshops. You can see that picture, so-called Harappan paste, made by a local artist. He was a student of art and craft from Chandigarh University. Next please. Communities activities is important. When we talk about continuity, we talk about crafts, terracotta figurines. So we understand कि जो कंटिन्यूटी है तब से लेकर अभी तक कैसे कैसे लोगों तक पहुंची है. तो काफ़ी सारी जो सिमिलरिटीज़ हमें टेराकोटा फिगरिन्स में या जो कुछ क्राफ्ट्स हमें आर्टिफैक्ट्स हमें एक्सकवेशन में मिलते हैं, जो वो प्रेजेंट डे में भी हमें राखी गढ़ी में देखने को मिलते हैं. सो वी टॉक टू द विलेजर्स एंड वी ट्राई टू नो कि हाउ दे आर मेकिंग सेम आर्टिफैक्ट्स और मेक सेम टेराकोटा फिगरिन्स और पोट्री etc. सो कम्युनिटीज़ को हमारी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन जो इन्वॉल्व करती है एंड वो सब जो कंटिन्यूटी हम जिनके बारे में बात कर रहे हैं पेपर में, वो हम शोकेस करने की कोशिश करते हैं जो राखी गढ़ी के जो विलेजर्स हैं या फिर सोशल मीडिया और बाकी वेबसाइट के थ्रू. नेक्स्ट प्लीज. ऑनगोइंग रिसर्च ट्रेनिंग. So we call students, especially during excavation season, we request to ASI or whatever organization is doing any excavation at any site. So we call people from different fields, students from different school, college. So we provide a training program, especially with our team or researchers from ASI or different institutions. So we involve students in ongoing research training. If sometime like this season, no dig is going on, so we take a trench, we take a trial trench at any place, and we try to educate students how we take a trench, how we excavate, how we lay out, how we document, and that picture they are seeing in the books, how that picture came into the book. Like first we excavate, we document, and after that, that picture is coming to the book. Next, please. Presenting and showcasing include physical access and interpretative infrastructure at archaeological or any heritage site. It can be conveyed through. Next, please. Information panels. So very recently ASI ने कुछ informative panels लगाए हैं, NCVs लगाए हैं, जिनमें कि राखी गढ़ी में कब एक्सकवेशंस हुए हैं, क्या इंपॉर्टेंस है, डिफरेंट अमाउंट्स के उनके बारे में जानकारी दी गई है. ऑल्सो हमने लोकल लोगों के साथ मिलकर और बाकी कुछ ऑर्गेनाइजेशन हैं उनके साथ मिलकर हम कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि प्लेस टू प्लेस हम इस तरीके के जो इंफॉर्मेटिव पैनल्स हैं वो लगाएं, सो दैट जो लोकल्स हैं या जो विजिटर्स हैं उनको बिना किसी परेशानी के जो बेसिक नॉलेज है वो राखी गढ़ी के बारे में उनको मिल जाए. नेक्स्ट प्लीज. So museum is under construction at Rakhi Gadi, and I used to say whenever you go somewhere, in any city, like we are in Chennai, please visit local museum. It will help to understand importance of that city, historical significance, the legacy of that city. So be always try to convey this message. Please visit the museum and try to understand why this artifact is keeping here in this museum. What is the reason behind this? Next, please. Interpretation Center also, there is an interpretation center is under construction at Rakhigadi. That project is from Department of Science and Technology, and I'm coordinating for this project at Rakhigadi, that is called Harappan Knowledge Center and Rakhigadi. So we are trying to pass this information for the students or coming scholars or to the next generation, that what is the importance of Harappan civilization or any civilization, any heritage, culture, or any village. Next please. Guided tours. So we organize time to time guided tours. We call experts from different ways. Like you can see professors in that picture. Dr. Apu Saran is from ASI, and some students are from different colleges, some are from different countries. So time to time we call professors, research scholars from different universities or different field, and we try to conduct guided tours for the visitors at Rakhigadi. Next please. So cultural events, I think cultural events is very important for convey a message. Like we were watching a documentary about B.V. Lal's last day. So we organized Rakhigadi Mahotsav, and I think, if I'm not wrong, so Rakhigadi is the first Harappan site in India which we are celebrating. We are celebrating Rakhigadi Mahotsav since 2019. And I'm happy to say that now Dhaulavira is also celebrating Dhaulavira festival since last year. So it's a good message actually for the preservation or promotion for any heritage or archaeological site, that people are coming forward and engaging with themselves in this kind of activities at any archaeological or heritage site. Next please. Social media. So social media is the latest and hot platform for the students, especially for younger generations. And I must say that our generation, means my generation, is believe in shortcuts. We don't have time for read a long article, but believe in reels. We believe in short messages, we believe in pictures. So for that, we are very much active on social media, and this is only not only for that small organization or a small institution. I must say that जो बड़े ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस हैं, बड़ी जो कंट्री के बड़े जो साइंटिस्ट हैं, स्कॉलर्स हैं, इंस्टीट्यूशन हैं, वो भी अगर आज अपने आप को अपडेट नहीं रख पा रहे हैं सोशल मीडिया पे, तो काफ़ी सारे जो इन्फॉर्मेशन है वो न्यू जनरेशन तक पास नहीं हो पा रही है. सो नेक्स्ट प्लीज. क्राफ्ट एंड कम्युनिटी, एंड दिस इज़ वेरी इम्पोर्टेंट. आप राइट हैंड साइड में पिक्चर कॉर्नर में देख रहे हैं जो कि एक बुलक कार्ट का फिगरीन है, एंड ये रिप्लिका बनाई है हमारे आर्टिस्ट ने, जो कि अभी काफ़ी पॉपुलर है, लोगों के बीच में हम लोगों तक पहुंचा रहे हैं. You can see seals. So seal is new fashion of artifacts in Haryana, especially in the sense of momentum. So अभी हमारी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन की तरफ से हरियाणा गवर्नमेंट के साथ में हमने G20 की टीम को भी हमने ये मोमेंटो प्रेजेंट किया था शील के रूप में, एंड बाकी जो ऑफिशियल्स मीटिंग हरियाणा गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से आजकल जो हो रहे हैं, तो वो जो मोमेंटो प्रेजेंट किया जा रहा है वो सील के रूप में प्रेजेंट किया जा रहा है. एंड वी आर हैप्पी टू शेयर दैट सील इज़ फ्रॉम आवर ऑर्गेनाइजेशन एंड फ्रॉम आवर टीम. सो नेक्स्ट प्लीज. Employment. We are also generating employment. So we are not only trying to preserve the craft, we are trying to generate employment from that craft and community team. Next please. Legal protection and advocacy. So for that, collaborating with the local authorities to ensure legal safeguarding for the site against development, looting and vandalism. also advocating to raise awareness and gather public support for this preservation. Next, please. So we have made a site protection for. Karakwal sir, you were talking about the seriousness of the site, future generations के लिए excavations के लिए नहीं बचेंगे. So we can do one thing, जो भी important site हैं, चाहे बोहरपन site हो या कोई भी heritage site हैं, अगर हमें उसकी importance के बारे में पता है, if we talk about Dholavira, we are talking about Rakhigadi, we are talking about Mohenjo-daro and all. तो ये बहुत साइट्स है जहाँ पे गवर्नमेंट एक्टिवली काम करे, बट काफ़ी सारे ऐसे साइट्स है जहाँ पे गवर्नमेंट उस तरीके से एक्टिवली काम नहीं कर पा रही है, या फिर इतनी बड़ी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन ऐसा है इतने सारे मॉन्यूमेंट्स हैं, इतने सारे साइट्स हैं कि सारे साइट्स को गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से प्रोटेक्ट कर पाना पॉसिबल नहीं है. सो व्हेन वी एक्सकवेट, हम पब्लिक आर्कियोलॉजी एंड पब्लिक रिलेशन में वहीं तक साथ रह पाते हैं जब तक हमारा एक्सप्लोरेशन और एक्सकवेशन ना हो जाए. So once we are done with our exploration and excavation, we forget about the people. We don't involve them, we don't try to educate them why we are excavating what we have excavated. So I believe कि जो local laborers हैं, जो villagers हैं, हम उन्हें पहले बताएं why we are excavating, and excavations के बाद at least we ट्राई कि हम उन्हें ये बताएं कि हमने क्या एक्सकवेट किया है, उनके विलेज की क्या लेगेसी है, क्या हेरिटेज है. हम उनको उनकी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी समझाएं कि कैसे ये उनके एंसेस्टर्स की दी हुई चीज़ें हैं जो हमें बाकी आने वाले जनरेशन्स तक पास करने की ज़रूरत है. सो फॉर दैट इन फर्स्ट पिक्चर दिस इज़ मिस्टर अनिल लोहरा, ही इज़ अ लोकल टीचर. Second is Vicky Malik, he is a student of hotel management and local farmer. Anu Malik, she is also a student of archaeology from Rakhigadi only. Second last is Abhishek, he is also from a student of art and culture, he is also from Rakhigadi. And last one is Naresh Soran, he is advocate, he is also from Rakhigadi. And one picture जो कि यहाँ पे नहीं है, there is a person, Mr. Dinesh Soran. He is helping Deccan College and ASI in the excavation, exploration or any research since 2011. And he is very much active in promoting Rakhigadi and in preserving Rakhigadi. He is trying to educate people, aware people from the village of Rakhigadi and from the village from the other villages, because there are so many small sites like Lohari Raghav and all. So he is trying his best कि जो भी sites हैं उनको बचाया जाए, उनको कैसे dig ना किया जाए illegal तरीके से, या time to time जैसे हम खेत को काटते हैं उसके betterment के लिए तो वो ना किया जाए. So we are also our team is also trying the same. Next please. So this is conclusion remark. So thank you so much. This is very basic and this was for the students. हम कैसे साइट को प्रमोट करने के लिए क्या कुछ कर सकते हैं, कैसे उसको बचा सकते हैं और कैसे इस लेगेसी को हम आने वाले जनरेशन तक पहुंचा सकते हैं. So please, I welcome all the suggestions from Dr. Sonavli sir, Jeevan Khadagwal sir and Prabhakar sir. Please. In India, sir. हमने सर हमने ब्रैकेट में डीसी लिखा है जो कि डेक्कन कॉलेज की अभी फाइनल रिपोर्ट आई नहीं है. एंड प्रोफेसर सिंधे ने कई बार ये मेंशन किया है कि टोटल एरिया इज 550 हेक्टेयर, इसलिए हमने ब्रैकेट में डेक्कन कॉलेज लिखा था सर. ओके सर.
Thank you for your presentation. And actually, my feeling is that wherever there are archaeological sites, people coming from that particular village, if they feel proud to be coming from that village, if we are able to make them understand how important the site is, why should you feel proud to be, from that village? Maybe that might help to protect the site. This is one thing. Second is, we are lucky that across the country we have thousands and thousands of sites. And if all of us can, do this kind of work while we are surveying or excavating, make people aware why your village is more important, maybe this might help to some little bit. This is one. The second thing, is it possible to include such sites or whatever information we have about sites in the tourism sector at district level or state level, tehsil level? Because if that is mentioned in their map, in their booklets, so more people may visit those places. So once people keep visiting, then that at least helps to protect the sites. Because I'm feeling this about Jawar, because people are not going to Jawar, and the company and other people, they are destroying Jawar. So if more people, visitors come, that will help to protect the sites. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
No, not to say much, but then the question is, right from the beginning, when you are decided to go at particular site and excavate, because most of the land is private land, and the first question comes to get the permission from the owner of the field. So now there itself we are facing problem, because the owners are not easily allowing us to put the trenches there in spite of our so many explanations we give as what for we have come here, what is our intention, and what is going to be there. And because they again, some fear again in their mind that government might grab their land also. So first of all, to convince such people is most important. And here your role starts. You have to go to their level. Don't go there as a your officer or your university teacher also. Let them feel that you are one of them. So that sort of confidence they should get. And then we give them all sorts of assurance that after our excavation is over, we fill them, the trenches, whatever we have dug, fill them back, and that will be as usual. And then again, so many things will be repetition here, because everybody we are trying to see that whenever we are excavating, we invite nearby school children, including the teachers, and we explain them what for we are excavating, what is the heritage, what is the importance of this here. Now, for example, we were excavating at Nagwada. It's quite away from the main land, main road, and again, we can assure them that in future you might get a regular, a particular road to approach your village and all that. So such facilities also can be created after concerning the government authorities and all that. Then the local awareness is most important here. Unless the local people are not aware about their heritage, it is not going to serve the purpose. Because there are certain restrictions on the state government or the central government. They have limited staff, and we are in a situation, our country is such, everywhere, wherever you go, you have the ancient site. And all these sites are beyond the capacity of the government or give them protection. So the best way is to make awareness among the people. And one has, for example, when we used to go for exploration, we used to carry certain amount of antiquities or pottery like that. So that helps them to understand, because they themselves then come out that, oh, this sort of pottery we have in my field or somebody's field. And so the things which are not known, we are able to trace that there are such fields nearby. So because again, excavation is such a thing that out of so many things, sites, you cannot excavate everyone. Out of 10, 15 sites or 50 sites, you just select the best one which is intact or well preserved, and then expecting some good results from that site. So awareness is most important, and so not only Harappan, now we are talking about the continuity. Our country has a continuous 5,000 years history, and we have sites of every cultural period here and there, and so documentation of those sites again important. Of course, some of our colleagues or friends are all doing that, but still it requires some more authentic documentation of such sites. I think many such things we can develop in course of time, and everybody should incorporate in this. Thank you.
The thing is that you are actually going to be in the public domain.
Yes.
And the things which are actually making a projection about artifacts, etc., which you come across, it's extremely important to be very sure about the facts which you are actually presenting. It is actually a fallacy to kind of create a myth around the facts.
Yeah.
Like Prabhakar said, how many actors? 50 actors, 500 actors or something. I think it has to be fact checked before you actually say. And there are so many such kinds of myths being created, and there is no point because you are in the public space. This is something which you have to be very careful about. People will actually look at you as an authentic source to understanding common people, because you are actually addressing the common people, those who do not have the facilities to check the facts.
Right.
I suppose you have to keep that in mind whenever any organization which is actually dealing with the public. It is our responsibility to not to create any myths around the facts. Facts should be presented as facts. That's all I felt.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
I now request Professor J.S. Karakwal to present the memento to our guest speaker. Now we move on to the last speaker of this session, Shri Pankaj Goyal.
Managers of this conference, specifically Dr. Ramadevi, for giving me this opportunity. Then I would also like to express my thanks to all the excavators who have given me material to analyze. So I would specifically name Dr. Jeevan Singh Kharakwal, Dr. Prabodh Srivalkar, Professor Ajit Prasad, and Professor Vasant Sinde. So in Gujarat, I have worked on 5 sites: the site of Kanmer, Koteda Bhadli, Shikarpur, Jhedak, and Padari. So I'll be including all those sites, and I'll also be incorporating data from some other regions. So can you go to the next one, please? So first, how do we get information about past, specifically about animals? So there are 2 important sources. So whenever we excavate any archaeological site, we get lots of animal remains. So we can divide these into 2 different categories, like macro remains and micro remains. So within macro, we have bones, antlers, horn cores, molluscan shells, and so many other things. Then now we are in the age of biomolecular archaeology. We are taking many strides in this direction. So now we can also try to extract DNA molecules, lipid molecules, isotopes. So all of these can also be extracted from the animal remains. Next one. But in addition to that, we have a number of other important indirect sources of information, because we should understand that whatever bones we are getting and whatever animals we are identifying on the basis of that, those were not the only animals that were present at the site. There were a number of other animals which must have been present there. So sometimes the bone of an animal might not be excavated, but it might be represented in some other form, like in the form of a depiction on seals or pottery, or in the form of an animal figurines, and so on. So these resources are again a very important source, and we also need to take into consideration. Next one. So I'll be starting from the region of Gujarat. This region is very important because if you read recent papers, specifically genetic papers, then we come to know that at least 2 animals cattle and buffalo could have been domesticated in this part of India. So next one, please. Can you go to the next one, please? So we have archaeological evidence also. Of course, not a direct evidence, but Ajita Patel and Dr. Richard Meadow, they have worked at a number of sites. And in a number of mycolithic sites, they have found remains of wild cattle and those things. And yesterday, Professor Ajit Prasad was talking about the site of Loteshwar, where we have a mycolithic horizon, and then we have a chalcolithic horizon. And there we can see that some sort of a domestication process was going on. But the excavation was a very small level excavation, so we do not have enough data. But there is clear indication, as I can quote Ajita Patel here, you can read it, that there is enough evidence that Gujarat could be one of the regions where cattle domestication could have taken place. Next one. Then there are so many genetic papers which are emphasizing that this was the region where cattle domestication had taken place. And we have DNA evidence for buffalo also. Next one. So these are some of the sites in Gujarat, important Harappan sites, where excavation had taken place. And we have good enough data about the animal remains from these sites. Next one. So these are some of the important sites and name of the person who have analyzed the material from those sites. Next one. So in addition to those sites, we also have specialized sites, just like Abhiyan presented a paper on fish remains. So he's coming out with some good studies related to fish. Then Aarti Deshpande Mukherjee, she's working on shell remains from a number of sites. Then recently we also have these biomolecular studies like done by Kalyan Shekhar Chakravarti and Brad Chase. Next one. So these are the two major sites where I have worked. So from both of these sites, I have analyzed more than 50,000 bones. So both the excavators are here. So the site of Kanmir was excavated by Professor Jeevan Kharakwal, and the site of Kodapalli was excavated by Dr. Prabhat Shirvarkar. Next one. So if we look at the animals, diversity, so if we look at the animals which were identified at these sites, it's a long list. So we have mammals, we have wild mammals, then we have different types of birds, reptiles, fish, molluscan shells, and crabs. So among mammals, the main domestic animals were the cattle, buffalo, sheep, goat, pig, dog, and cat. Wild mammals include different types of antelopes, different types of deer, different types of canids, felids, rodents, and other small mammals. Next one. So if you look at the data that is coming from Kanmir, specifically data related to domestic animals, then we find that it is mostly cattle, buffalo, and sheep, goat which dominate this assemblage, and domestic pig doesn't play a very important role. Next one. If you look at the data that is coming from the site of Kotadahalli, a similar sort of picture, mostly dominated by large mammals like cattle, buffalo, and followed by sheep and goat. Next one. Then if you look at the skeletal components which are coming out from these sites, then we find that almost all the skeletal elements were represented at the sites. So there is a method that is called minimum anatomical unit. So when we plot it like this, then you can see that almost all the skeletal elements were represented. Of course, some elements were more and some elements were less in number, but almost all the skeletal elements were represented. So it shows that the whole animal was present at the site. So it seems that a small herd of animal was maintained within the site itself. Next one. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go. One more. So if you look at the age pattern that is coming out from the site of Kanmir. Now, in site of Kanmir, we have 4 different Harappan occupational phases: KMR1, KMR2A, 2B, and KMR3. So KMR1 is the early Harappan phase, then KMR2A and 2B are the mature Harappan phases, and KMR3 the late mature Harappan phase. So if we look at the age pattern, then we find that during the mature Harappan phase, a large number of adult cattle were present, which was not the case during early Harappan and the late Harappan phase. So it shows that specifically during the mature Harappan phase, people were focusing on the secondary products. I'll be talking more about that later on. Next one. Similarly, next one, please. At the site of Kotadahalli again, we have a similar sort of picture that we had seen during the mature Harappan phase at Kanmer. Same sort of picture. A large number of mature adult animals were represented. Next. Then we have these two papers. These two papers have recently come out. So, and these papers show that at Kotadahalli, there is evidence of milk consumption, dairy-related products were consumed at the site. And then another paper, isotopic data, that suggests that these animals were raised locally. Next. Then when we analyze, we also take different measurements, and these measurements can be used to derive a lots of details regarding these animals. Next one. So there is a log difference method that was developed by Richard Meadow. So when we use that these metrical data and we convert them into these log difference values, then we have a graph like this. So if you see here, you will see that some bars are very small, some are very long. So it shows that these cattle were of different sizes. So there were more than one different type, one population of cattle during different phases. Next one. Then this method was developed by Professor P.P. Joglekar. So in this, we compare our data with two modern animals. So here we are comparing the archaeological specimens with two modern animals. So when we do this, then what do we get? Next one, please. Next one. So then we get a data like this. So if you look, here I have plotted data from different sites, like site of Jedak, site of Shikarpur, Padari, Rakhigadi, Harappa, and Kanmer. So if you see, there are three different clusterings. So it shows that there were at least three different types of populations which were present at the site. And one interesting fact that emerges from here is that specifically at the sites which were located in the region of Saurashtra, they were having larger cattle or taller cattle. Next one. And then we can also calculate the mean height or mean shoulder height. Again, these values are given here. Next one. This is again for sheep and goat. Next. A similar sort of picture, but here we are not getting a larger number of adult animals. Most of these animals were used for consumption purpose. Next one. So if we plot the use of different animals, then we get a picture like this. Like cattle were used not only for food, but they were also used for different types of traction activities. They were used for milk. Their hide might have been used. Same sort of thing we can see in case of buffaloes. Goats were mainly used for meat. Sheep might have been used for wool in some sites, but mostly this animal was also used for meat, and pig was mainly used for meat. Next one. And then mostly what we get the Bos indicus or the Jabu cattle, Jabu variety of cattle. But in addition to that, we also have these figurines, which are called without hump. So these are the taurine cattle which were domesticated in other parts of the world. But we have evidence of these figurines, and it shows that these cattle were also present within the Harappan civilization. Next one. Now, how do we know that these animals were used for agricultural operations of pulling bullock carts? So there are a number of ways by which we can look into that. So when we study these bones, then we get these type of paleopathological marks. So some of these you can see, and these are some of the terms that we generally use for recording. So we have recorded these type of anomalies in a number of cattle bones, which shows that these were used for some sort of attraction. Then evidence for dairying, generally we look into the sex and age profile of these animals, and then if there are a good number of female animals, So when we look at the sex profile, and if you are getting good number of female animals, then it shows if they were keeping these female animals, there must have been some use. Then we have presence of embryonic cattle. So, and then we can also go for these biomolecular type of studies. So after looking into these, we can find out. Next one. So some of these have already been shown. So we can look into these other type of artifacts also, like terracotta plow from Banavali. Then we have this evidence from the site of Kalibangan, terracotta yoke from the site of Nosharo. Next. Then these type of bullock cart frames we have from a number of sites. Next one. Then what was the use of these bullock carts? So as we know that Harappan sites were spread far and wide, and people must have been going from one place to another. So these carts might have been playing a very important role for the trade, for the exchange of these items. Next one. Then this might also have created some sort of social hierarchy. Like some people might have involved only in the transportation business. For example, if we want to go somewhere, we generally hire a vehicle whose specialty is to take us from one place to another place. A similar sort of situation might have been during the Harappan period also. So there might have been some people whose work was only to take people from one place to another, or to take these items from one place to another. Same thing you can look into the in terms of milk products also. So milk industry might have been at a household level or at the specialized level. So there might have been a group of specialist milk producers whose work was to produce, means deliver these milk and milk related items every day in that way. Next one. So if we look at both these sites, so both of these sites are very small level sites, but have given very important data. And both of these sites show that both of these sites were very well sufficient in terms of pastoral food production. Next one. Then if we look at the number of buffalo bones that are coming from these sites, then if we find that their number varies from site to site. For example, at the site of Kanbe, the number is very small. The same is the case with the site of Kote Dabhati. But when we look at the site of Dhaulavira, we find a large number of buffalo bones. So there is a reason behind that, because buffalo requires a good amount of water. Without water, they cannot survive. They need to soak their skin underwater for a longer period of time. And as we have seen from the previous presentations, that there were water reservoirs. So they had that type of facility. So that type of facility was not available in other sites. That's why the number differs from site to site. Next one. Then goats, these are present almost in every site. Next one. Then sheep again. Next one. Then we have the evidence of both domestic type of pigs and wild type of pigs. Next one. Then dog remains have also been reported from a number of sites, and we also have these figurines. So if you look at these figurines, then you'll find that there were different breeds of dogs existing during the Harappan period, and you can make out by looking at these dog figurines. Next one. Then why were these people keeping these animals, dogs and cats? So there could have been a number of reasons, like safeguarding the house, or cats for killing the rodents and other things. But one important reason that I find possible is their use for showing some sort of a status. So if you are having some different breed of dog, and if you are taking it for a walk every evening, then your status in the society suddenly rise higher. So similar sort of thing might be happening during the Harappan civilization also. So of course we do not have any direct evidence, but there is a possibility of that. Next one. Then the problem of horse. So in some of the sites we have horse bones, but these are bones of contention. So some people believe that these do not belong to the true horse, because the problem is that we have 3 different species of equid. We have horse, we have ass, then there is another species that is called wild ass. Okay, so these bones might belong to any of these animals. And so far, we do not have any distinguishing criteria which can precisely separate them or precisely identify them into these species. Next one. The same with camel. So first of all, there is a one group of scholars who believe that there is no camel. There was no camel during the Harappan civilization. There is another group of scholars which believe that there was camel, but again, within that there are two opinions. One means there's a question whether it was a one-humped camel or two-humped camel. But now we are in the age of, as I told you, that we are in the age of biomolecular archaeology. So we are in that phase that by using some of those techniques, like there's a technique called ArchaeoZoo MS. So it's not available in India right now, but hopefully in future we might be able to solve this problem of horse and camel in future. Next one. Then different types of wild animals, like we have nilgai, blackbuck, gazelle, four-horned antelope. Next. Then we have evidence of barking deer, barasinga, spotted deer, mouse deer. Next. Then some of the sites have also yielded evidence of gore and wild buffalo. Next. Then elephants. Elephants is mostly represented in the form of these figurines. Very few sites have elephant bones. So there is a site of Rojdi, it is in Gujarat, where we have one elephant rib. There is one more site where we have one elephant bones. And in other sites, we have ivory fragments or ivory products. So it shows that elephant was known to these people, and it has been depicted in Harappan seals also. Next. Then rhino. Right now, we do not have rhino in this part of India. Right now, rhino is confined only in the northeastern part of India. But earlier on, if you look at this data, we have not only figurines, but we also have its depictions. And in some of the sites, we also have bones of these animals, not only during the Harappan period, but during the later periods also. So it shows that probably rhino was widely distributed earlier on. Next one. Then we do not have any depiction of lion, but we have depiction of tiger. So we do not know whether Harappans knew this animal or not. So from Mesopotamia, we have this seal where a person is shown holding two lions. It's called the Gilgamesh. In Harappan also, we have some seals which depict a similar sort of depiction, but the animal is different. So here you can clearly see that it is not lion, it is tiger. Next one. Then we have monkey figurines. For example, this is from the site of Chanudharo, and it is a very interesting evidence. Can you go to the next one? If you see, they'll find a band around its neck and some bands around its hand. So it shows that some sort of monkey charmers were also existing during that period. So some people were using these animals for earning their livelihood. Next one. Then we have a number of other animals, like we have evidence of bear, then Indian hare, porcupine, mongoose, wolf, jackal. Next one. Then different types of birds. Some of these are figurines. Next one. So these are some of the important birds that were existing during the Harappan period. Like we have fowl, we have peacock, duck, partridge, pond heron. Next one. Then there were different types of reptiles also. Like we have evidence of crocodile. We have different types of turtles and tortoises. We have evidence of monitor lizard. Next one. Then fish, Abhiyan has already talked about that we also get a good number of fish bones, and after analyzing those, we can understand its utility, that both freshwater and marine fishes were exploited. And we also have these type of depictions. Next one. Then molluscan shells, Professor Bhan has already talked about yesterday. Next one. Then Professor Shinde was telling about this, that we have the thirsty crow depiction. So this is the photo. This is from the site of Lothal. So we have these sort of tails, the depiction of these tails on these potsherds. Next one. Then these bones and these tusks were also used for manufacturing different types of artifacts. So some of the examples are here. Next one. Then we have different types of toys, animal toys, which were probably made for, you can see that those puppet toys. Next one. Then after looking into these animals, we can also reconstruct the habitat or the environment that was present during that time. So it is an attempt that what type of environment was there during the Harappan time. Next one. Now what do we see? These are some of the important points. And because the time is less, so it is not possible to go into all, but most of the sites, what do we see? We find that the site begins as a simple economy, but gradually as we move towards the mature Harappan period, we start to see the intensification and diversification. Intensification means more and more animals were exploited during the mature Harappan phase compared to the early Harappan phase. And diversification means earlier on, some animals were used for consumption. But later on, we see that different types of wild animals were also exploited, different types of fish, different types of birds, all those sort of diversification was happening. And generally what happens when we come into contact with some new culture, then sometimes we also adopt their strategy, their cuisines. So this type of evidence is also available. For example, at the site of Kanmer, when we move from period 2A to 2B, we see an interesting change. Now, period 2B is the Surat Harappan. And during that time, these people were also in touch with Ahar people. So we see that some new animals were introduced into the diet, which were not present during the earlier phase. So some of these food habits might have been adopted after coming into contact with these people. And then sometimes what happens, because of social consideration, we suddenly stop eating some meat. For example, nowadays we cannot eat beef, isn't it? It is a social taboo. So sometimes society forces you to adopt a new, so those sort of considerations also need to be taken into picture when we talk about animal-based subsistence strategies. And sometimes what happens, if there is a scarcity of some animal-based subsistence product, then you might go for intensive harvesting of one particular product. So that sort of picture is also present. Next. Then whenever we talk about Harappan civilization, because it is a complex society, so we need to look into this society in terms of these terms, like as dairy industry. It might have been existed at the household level, or it might again be a specialized type of industry. Similarly, all these settlements were connected with each other in some form or other form. So we need to look into those aspects. And there is diversity in the subsistence system. We need to look into that. And direct or indirect subsistence means now during Harappan sites, from Harappan sites, we have evidence of fish, we have evidence of reptiles, mammals, birds, isn't it? So were all of these exploited by the people who were living at the site? Means the person was going for fishing, was also taking care of cow, was also hunting birds. Do you think it was happening like that? It was not possible. So there might have been some sort of a complexity, or there might have been some specialized groups. For example, there might have been some fishing communities whose function was to get these fish. And these fish were then obtained, traded with these Harappan peoples. Similarly, there might have been some hunting gathering groups who were hunting these animals, and then these animals were traded with them. So we need to look into all of those aspects. Next one. So thank you. Yes, sir.
What does it suggest?
So not only from the site of Padri,
okay,
from other sites in like site of Jeddak also, from Pithar also. Cattle are generally taller compared to the sites that we have in the region of Kutch. So it might be related to...
Padri, because the graph you showed was with the Padri, the red triangles.
That was the Padri showing, perhaps. I don't know.
Yeah, some kettles were really tall. But we need, other sites also we have taller kettles. But we have less metrical data from that region. So we need to look more into that data. So the picture will become clearer.
We'll have a 5 minutes break before the formal valedictory function. The valediction will be starting by 3:30.
trying to stretch her lower earlobe, and in other hand she is going to put on that same pulley-shaped object in her lower earlobe. So that's what we are trying to show, how there is a continuity. Next one. Then again you can see another sculpture of Kushan period. In both the ear she has put on this but almost identical same ornament. Next. And then of course this is Buddha. And here also you can see the long ear lobe. And this was considered as one of the Mahapurusha Lakshana. And I think the traditions in Kerala or even Tamil Nadu also, there are some tribes, they are still using or having such ornaments which are parallels coming from 5,000 years old. I think that's it. Now, that's what I wanted to say, but now, Madam, we can have for the next program now, we can invite the people or to know their interaction about the seminar or whatever they wanted to say, what is their feelings or whatever they wanted to say about how they feel for this, their stay, 2 days stay here. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I now request the research delegates to share their feedback. I call upon Dr. Angair Kannis, ma'am, to give their feedback.
Vanakkam. I want to introduce myself. First, I'm Dr. Angair Kanni. I'm Assistant Professor in Economics Department, Sri Shankarlal Sundarbai Sashan College. You may be surprised, Economics Department, how I'm coming to this thing. While I'm studying economics and I'm teaching economics, the starting point will be from the 17th century. That is, we'll be talking only from the foreign author's definition only. At that time, I was surprised. Why we have not anything in our country? So I come to know, already I have studied. So Harappan civilization. There we had a well-planned city and a drainage system and all the, for good bathing, swimming pools, all these things we had. Why that is not continued in economics also? That question is in my mind. So because of that, I used to see this archaeological information whenever it comes. So in our college itself it's coming, the two-day seminar, national seminar, civilization, continuity of Harappa. So there is a difference between Harappa and continuity civilization of Harappa. So I thought of registering it and I registered it. I thought it may be something, so how I can spend this 2 days. But really it's very, very informative. Only you can feed a person with food. Then they will be saying it's enough. But here, full of informations. The scholars who are speaking, giving lots of information regarding the starting from the beads and the copper bangles which at the time they have used and how they were well planned, and that too it's coming the places where I'm seeing the paper and I'm saying it. Rakigari, Dolavira, Kalibanga. So these are all the names I come to know it now. So if I go and search it, I can find more informations. So I can share the information to my students. So this development is there, means in economics also we will be having a lot of things. So I can search that too also from this thing. About this scholars presentation is well planned and well organized, and the PowerPoint presentation itself giving all the information. In that also the presenters are giving lots of information. And about the copper, not only copper, the red, black pot, all these things. They are taking us to that place itself. I'm talking with my students. Those who are sitting in the 2-day seminars, they are saying, "Ma'am, why, ma'am, this is a real thing. It's now it's in Gujarat. Can we go and see there?" "Yes, ma'am, it's there." I told, "Ma'am, why can't we have a plan of tour, ma'am?" Oh, okay, we can go. Ma'am, Heritage Club can take this tour, no, ma'am? So we can go through that club, ma'am. They are asking for. Really, our students has enjoyed this seminar, and they could have understood that the thing what have been said, and few doubts they have asked. I have able to explain only few students. I said in class, you ask me, I'll say the rest of the things, you remind me, I have said. So I'll be going and saying to them. So this is very, very useful for us. And I thank Indian Council of Historical Research, New Delhi, for sponsoring this seminar, and in our college. Thank you once again for giving me this opportunity. Nandri.
I am Ajit Prasad. First of all, it has been a wonderful and enriching experience for the last 2 days, for which I should actually thank the authorities of the Shasan Jain Women's College and also ICHR for supporting this effort to bring experts in Harappan archaeology in an area where Harappan sites are quite far off. And that is one of the ways of creating some awareness about people are not exposed to the real, artifacts or the real sites so easily. As my previous speaker actually suggested, that there were people, those who inspired by children, students, those who are actually kind of inspired by hearing what in the civilization, also by looking at those slides and sites, wanting to visit those sites. This is how we actually create a more informative awareness about our own heritage. I think, our stay in here was extremely pleasant, and the conference has actually been conducted pretty nicely. And we will go with the cherished experience. Thank you very much to all of you.
Respected Sonavani sir, Principal Madam, Rama Devi ji, Secretary sir, and Bahan sir, Prabhakar ji, or friends. This has been honestly a wonderful experience. 2 days discussing continuity of the Hadappans. Actually, we have been attending conferences here and there on Hadappans, but I don't think we had a conference on Hadappans. For this reason, I think we have to thank Rama Devi ji to bring such an interesting topic. What I was feeling for last 2 days is that we read history, but we don't connect to the past. And we forget it then. But this is for the first time, when you are giving presentations, we are trying to connect with Hadappans for a number of regions. What we what we saw in last 2 days, or actually what we have been, particularly the small archaeological community, we have a branch called ethnoarchaeology also. So we try to connect, find, identify the past things with the modern understanding. But connecting through, as Professor Sonawane just showed, about the pulley and how that is connecting to historic phase, and then going to the Harappans. Of course, we have to find out all the steps. I think this is also the question of, heritage. If you feel proud to be part of it, we are not going to destroy it. If you don't feel that, proud on it, then you are going to destroy it. So maybe for that reason, this is a very important conference. Or for that reason, we have to salute Ramadevi ji. I think we have to appreciate NEP, because NEP says now you have to learn the mother tongue. You have all the departments in all the universities, irrespective of any discipline, you have to learn a paper, go through a paper called Indian Knowledge System. So we are going to connect, if you are going to, have this Indian Knowledge System, obviously all the branches, whether it is mathematics, technology, medicine, civil engineering, all sorts of things, we are going to, connect to the past, going back to the Harappans or even beyond. So I think we'll go, up to the Atirampakkam in that case. Because, you see, why do we say Aswara Rai is the most beautiful person? Because of symmetry? Obviously, then we have to see those first, Acheulean stone tools, Acheulean hand axes. They're so beautiful. Some of them are so good. I mean, you feel to keep them in your, table. So obviously, there is a lot of planning and technology is involved right from beginning. So obviously, this Indian Knowledge System paper is going to help us to connect with the past. So for that reason, this is going to be, I think, the beginning. So thank you very much for that reason. And as far as the travel, stay, local arrangements are concerned, that is excellent. Absolutely excellent. And what Sir said already that, mostly I'm telling you, whenever we go to the conferences, there is a lot of problem of time. And here, there is no problem. Absolutely. You say whatever you want to say. Talk as long as you want. So that was excellent. So for that reason also, I'm sure you must have done a lot of homework about time. How to make it successful. I think that is surely, I have to appreciate for that reason. Last but not least, what previous speaker said, I think that is the success of the conference, that students from this part want to see the Harappan sites. I think that is going to create the awareness, and that is going to connect it with the past also. So I'm really honored and feel very happy to be part of this conference, and it was a surprise for me to see all of my friends here. Thank you very much.
I would like to stress on one thing which others perhaps did not highlight. For a person like me who is pretty hard of hearing, suffering from acute hearing, this hall had wonderful acoustic effect, and every word was, I could understand every word, everything, I could clearly hear every word. And as D.K. Harris joked, by hearing that pulley-shaped terracotta, I will get back my hearing. But I really appreciate the college and Dr. Ramadevi in gathering such a galaxy of good scholars, excellent scholars. Dr. Ban, Dr. Sonawane, Dr. Ajit Prasad, Dr. V.N. Prabhakar, Rajesh, Abhayan, everybody, and all the people, sir, everybody. And it has been a tremendous learning exercise for the past 2 days. And I'm sure their speeches now would have fascinated the students and would have got them hooked on to Harappan civilization. Next year, September 20, if I get the date right, September 20, 2024 is the 100th year of the announcement of the discovery of the Harappan civilization by John Marshall in London Illustrated News. Already the ball has been set rolling with two big seminars, and Dr. V. N. Prabhakar organized a wonderful seminar in IIT Gandhinagar, 3-day seminar which attracted a great amount of talent from all over the world. It was such a big learning experience for me. And again, after this seminar is taking place, there will be, I'm sure there will be scores of conferences on Harappan civilization in the coming 1 year till about, say, September, October next year. And luckily, it's good that they didn't go down to the basics like, say, Alexander Cunningham or Alexander Burns, discovering the civilization, all those things. And some of the papers were excellent. Dr. Shinde was also here. Perhaps I missed Dr. R.S. Bisht, and R.S. Bisht is very fond of Dr. Prabhakar, and he speaks highly about Prabhakar and Ajit Prasad. We miss people like Dr. Bisht or Jitendra Nath or Amarendra Nath, who have done wonderful work also in Rakigadi. But this is a wonderful conference organized in a business-like, no-nonsense manner. The food was also good. So as the saying in Tamil goes, when there is time for செவிக்கு உணவில்லாத போது வயிற்றுக்கு உணவு, அதாவது when there is, so we took a break also for having a good breakfast or lunch or dinner, and it has been a tremendous learning exercise for the past 2 days. We have learned so much, we have enriched ourselves. I'm sure some of the students now after finishing their graduation would go on to do MA History and Archaeology or Epigraphy, also join the prestigious Institute of Archaeology or run by ASI or by courses run by MS University Baroda, which is a premier institution, or Deccan College Pune, and which specializes in archaeology. And I thank the college and the founder and Rama Devi and the principal for organizing this wonderful seminar. I could meet great people like Dr. Sonavane, whom I met, and Dr. Ban and others in Gandhinagar IIT. And I thank everybody for organizing this seminar. It has been a wonderful learning experience for all of us. Thank you so much. Thanks. And Prabodh Shilvarkar also. Yes, he is a specialist in ceramics. I've been meeting him in Rakigadi, in 4MSR, Sanoli, and other places. So it has been a fabulous experience. Thank you so much. Enlightening experience. Thanks.
Good evening to one and all present here. I'm Tanmaya Balaji from SDNV Vaishnav College for Women, Krompet. I really thank Sri Shankarlal Sundarbai Shasan Jain College for providing us with a platform to gain knowledge on this wonderful experience and seminars on continuity on Harappan civilization. It was really knowledgeable, and we are 9 members. When our department, Sanskrit department, informed us on this seminar, we were all very interested and willingly gave our names. So yeah, and it really provided us, lots of informations, and we were, I think we all gained a good amount of knowledge on Harappan civilization. It felt like we really connected to our past, and it just made me, to research more on our country, Bharat. We really need to know more about our civilizations, our culture, and our heritage. I really thank the college for providing us with a platform. Thank you, ma'am. And I really thank my college for sending us to this college to gain knowledge and information. And thank you, Dr. Abhiyan, for on the lecture on zooarchaeology. It really piqued my interest, and I think I would like to do a research on that topic too. And once again, I would like to thank everyone for giving me this opportunity to speak, to express my feelings on this podium. Thank you. Thank you very much.
So, good evening. Vanakkam. Of course, when Ramadi told me about this conference, called me, I thought I retired 18 years back from Archaeology of India. Of course, only the credential was that is both Lothal and Kalibangan buildings I took over, the museum buildings I took over in 1980. Of course, from that time onwards. But anyway, she asked me to say something about Tamil Nadu, continuity of that is Harappan culture in Tamil Nadu. So since I excavated this Adichanallur, I could focus some points, which maybe there the connections which I presented yesterday. So of course, I also after 18 years learned so many things because of our old colleagues also I have seen. Of course, I'm seeing multidisciplinary research is going on, especially in this subject. Of course, we have also excavated many sites. In the morning when Abhiyan was presenting, it was surprising that is how the fish, about the fish he made on the antiquities of the fish. It is a very interesting subject. Even though I excavated, I lost that particular material from the site. Even though we sleeved it, we could not study it. Of course, now they are again excavating. I request Tamil Nadu government to take note of these aspects also in the excavation, especially in either in any of the excavations which they are doing. Especially I am very thankful to Ramadevi and this institution. Of course, Ramadevi is successful because she was associated with Nagasami. Dr. Nagasami was my close colleague for 60 years. So I have seen him that is giving certificate to her. It's very rare to get a good certificate from him. So that is a great credentials. So this was successful because of her association, also because of the cooperation of the university, especially the principal and her team. So I'm very, very thankful to you to give me an opportunity to again move to some of our old colleagues. Prabhakar is my old colleague from the Archaeology of India. Yesterday, Giant DG also came. So they were all my old colleagues. So an opportunity to meet them also. Thank you all.
I now request Dr. Ramadevi Shekhar to deliver the vote of thanks.
Shri Gurubhyo Namaha. I know that all good things come to an end. This is not the end. Of course, this is a continuity. So my thanks to respected dignitaries, esteemed guests, faculty members, participants, and all those who have graced this valedictory function with your presence. With a heart full of gratitude, we extend our sincere thanks to each and every individual who actually played an integral role in making the two-day seminar on archaeology of Harappan civilization continuity an unforgettable and enriching experience. Indian Council of Historical Research, especially I thank the authorities. We begin by expressing our heartfelt appreciation to the Indian Council of Historical Research to trust upon us and to give their invaluable sponsorship, which has allowed to make this enlightening journey to the depth of historical heritage. First of all, I would like to thank Dr. Vasant Shinde. He has actually given a galaxy of scholars. He only gave all the contacts, and whenever I approach him for any advice or suggestions, without thinking about the time, the amount of help he done, it's very, very wonderful. I thank him for the keynote address, especially Sonamane sir. I know that from Baroda to Chennai, it's such a long distance. He has come here to give the valuable lecture and also accepted our request to deliver the valedictory session. And I thank Mr. Sanjay Kumar Manjul. He has shared his valuable expertise. Actually, today was his interview session for some higher post, but without that, he has come here. So I thank him. Scholars across India, from Rajasthan, especially whenever I approach Jeevan Karakwal sir, he has actually given wide range of scholars list. From Rajasthan till Kerala, I think I have completed a whole galaxy of scholars. My sincere thanks to scholars from across India who has graced their occasion, their presence, knowledge and insights. Your scholarly contribution have elevated the quality of discussion and enhanced our collective understanding. I thank the media and press. Our deepest gratitude, the media, press, including the Hindu, Times of India, Doordarshan, and the Tamil Hindu, Dinamalar, and others for your extensive coverage and support. Your role in disseminating the knowledge and fostering a culture of exploration is commendable. If I fail to thank my own management, I'll be failing my duty. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to our Madam Secretary, Srimati Ushaji, and our Associate Secretary, Sir, Dr. Harish Mehtaji, and Madam Principal, Padmavati ji, and my Vice Principal for facilitating this seminar. And our research director, Dr. S.G. Deepa. Without her support, definitely the abstract or this whole seminar would not be possible. A special note to all my colleagues and the wonderful set of students. I thank my own COE department, especially Sri Vidya ma'am, and all the friends and the colleagues, the HODs, IT department, especially the Viscom team to support. Last but not least, I thank Almighty for showering me this blessings to complete this journey. So once again, I say this is not the end, it is a continuity. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I now request everyone to stand up for the national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल गंगा विंद हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्छल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जाहे तब शुभ आशीष मागे जाए तब जय गाता जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
I now request all the delegates to assemble for a group photo. Now, I now request everyone to assemble in the stage. இது என்னன்னு சொல்ல போறோம்.